zai magance wannan matsalar. So ina ba ma 'yan uwana masu bukata ta musamman shawara, kuma ina fatan su ma sauran masu bukata ta musamman za su yi joining saboda su samu abin da na samu ko ma fiye da abin da na samu. To alhamdulillah, jinjinar ban girma da godiya ga Joverman da Mastercard Foundation saboda wannan training din da suka yi mana, wanda ta sanadiyar shi na ƙaru sosai, na samu ilimin da daban da shi, wanda kuma yanzu ina amfani da shi wurin tafiyar da harkokin rayuwata, wanda tabbas rayuwata ta canza sosai.
Problem da nake fuskanta that time shine yanayin da muke mu'amala da mutane a cikin kasuwancin wasu fahimce ka ba sosai a yanayin da kake mu'amala da su, kuma za ka yi mutum aiki amma in ya tafi like bai gamsu da abubuwan da ka mishi ba, sai ka expecting cewa zai dawo ko ya ajin muwa na wani, sai ka ji shiru. Sunana Yusuf Muhammad, ina anguwan Kobaktuna a local government Adamawa State. Aiki da nake a yanzu ina dinki ne, kuma dalili da yasa nake sa glass, ina da damuwan glaucoma, ina da damuwan ido, shi yasa nake wearing glass. Lokacin na samu damuwa na kafa, don kuma ina da damuwan glaucoma na ido. Don ba that time na tsari ne kafa na kare, ba wanda expecting ma kan cewa zan dawo in tsaya kafa na. Don bai ko iyayena ma lokacin sun fara tafin kai wannan kafan nan sai dai a yanke kawai, amma da yardan Allah da kuma mutane confidence da aka sa akan cewa za a samu saukin, Allah ya taimaka na samu sauki. Na fara yanke a 2013, sai na samu shekara 6 da shi ogana kafin na zo na bude nawa, wadda amma da na bude nawa ba wannan side na fara budewa ba, na bude na other side kafin na zo na bude na ɗauka program din ne around 2021, don kuma na ga program din ne a YouTube, na sake karo da shi kuma a Facebook, sai na yi applying. Bayan da na gama training, yanzu na sake samun good communication tsakanina da su, don saboda yanzu zai wuya ma mutum ya kawo mini aiki yanzu ya tafi bai dawo gobe ko ya kawo wani ba. Da a weekly bai wuce in hada customers wanda na musu aiki 2 to 3 to 4 ba, amma by then after training zuwa yanzu, a yanzu haka presently ina da kaya already sun kai 20 something plus. Next kuma zan kara encourage na neighbors dina akan program na Joverman, din ya kamata ba wai kawai su ji kawai na program an wuce gurin babu, su ma zai encourage nasu ga program da na yi, ga shi kuma yadda abin ya kasance ya kamata kuma ku yi, saboda development namu ne gaba ki daya, kuma ba wai ni kadai nake so in ci gaba a rayuwa ba, ina son kowa ne ya ci gaba. Abin da nake so a achieving for the next 2 to 3 years for me shine ina so ya zama to na achieving na customers fiye da yadda nake da su yanzu. Ina farin ciki kuma ina godiya da Joverman and Mastercard Foundation Soft Skill Training. Ina mika godiya na sosai saboda sun kara ɗauka kani karan kaina, in personally sun ɗauka kani karan kaina a yanayin mu'amala na da mutane da kuma kasuwanci na. Ina mika godiya sosai akan wannan ci gaba da.
That's all right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, dignitaries. Good morning, leaders from within and outside the disability community, from the women's sector, from the internally displaced persons community. I ask that everyone get settled. Look around your table. If someone was seated by your side earlier, but then still maybe exchanging greetings outside, you could just alert them to come in. We're starting in the next few minutes. Everyone outside, please get settled, and we will commence in the next few minutes. while we're doing that, you could just say hello to someone seated on the next chair to your left and to your right. You know how they do it in church, right? So just say hello to someone by your left. Say hello to someone by your right. You could just admire something on them. Is it a tie? Is it a suit? Is it their earrings? Is this the color of the hair? Just say something beautiful to that person. You know, there's a way you lift someone's spirit. To your left and to your right, okay? One for others to come in and get settled. All right. So while we're waiting for those outside, because I can still see some people exchanging pleasantries outside, but while we're waiting for them to get settled, I would like to invite the management of the Abuja Intercontinental Hotel to just give us a quick safety debrief, security, and brief. All right. Thank you very much. So you can introduce yourself.
Good morning, participants. You're welcome to Abuja Continental Hotel, the safest, secured, and the most comfortable event center in Abuja. Saleh Mohammed is my name. I'm the hotel safety manager. For your safety and security, the management deemed it necessary that we should tell you the safety and security protocols as regards the use of this place, so that from beginning till the end of the program, we will not record any incident. And if at all there's going to be any issue, it should be reduced to BRS minimum. However, before I go further, if there is a need for you to use the convenience, if you have not visited it before, it is not far away from where you are. You can just pass through this main entrance door, turn to the right. As you go further, you see a scanning machine with a security personnel. Behind the scanning machine are the convenience. Just directly behind it, you'll see two doors. The first door you meet there is for the female convenience, while the door next to it is for the male convenience. And if you enter, even those that have challenge, there's a particular convenience in both the male and the female that can accommodate someone with whatever kind of challenge. It's purposely made for that. So feel free, there's no issue. And we advise that no matter how pressed you are, as we get to that place, because the doors are close to each other, you need to look before you enter, so that you not enter the wrong location. Aside that, today is not scheduled for a fire drill. Therefore, should there be a steady ringing of fire alarm bell for more than 5 seconds, that suggests that something might have gone wrong somewhere, or it's a false alarm. However, whatsoever the reason may be, please do not panic, be calm, because we have emergency response team members on standby to do the needful should something go contrary to our expectation. And if evacuation becomes necessary, we have 2 assembly points. 1, you can exit through the main exit door, where you enter through the main exit door, where it's being manned by security personnel. The exit doors there. Just pass through it, turn to the left, you'll see the muster point. If assembling there will not be possible for whatsoever reasons, we have alternative assembly point. And you can get there by passing through any of these exit doors, as you can see, covered by this white curtain, which is not supposed to be. Pass through, turn to the left, you will see directional signs that will take you to the alternative assembly point. Then, on the security aspect, this is a public place, though it's a controlled environment. It is very, very important that your personal valuable belongings, more especially your mobile phones, should not be left unattended. If you have a cause to live where you are seated, maybe go for tea break, lunch, going to the convenience, whatsoever reason you may have, please do not leave your valuable items, more especially the mobile phone, on the table. The hotel will not be liable for any damage or loss of such items. So please take note of that. So without wasting your time, on behalf of the management, I wish you a successful program. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Put your hands together for the Abuja Continental Hotel. I'm sure we were listening attentively. All right? Such brief is important that you take notes so that when you hear the sound, what do? You run. And don't forget, when you're running, make sure Grace is following you. Don't run and leave Gracie behind. All right, once again, you're welcome. And I want to believe everyone is seated and ready to start. Are we ready? Are we ready? So I'm going to ask that for those of you who are able to stand on your feet for the national anthem. I would ask that the media would put the lyrics on the screen, and if possible, let's have the soundtrack for the benefit of those who are still learning after so many months. Some are stuck in stanza 1. Some only know Nigeria, we hailed it, that's all they know. So as soon as we're ready, media, we're ready for you.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Thank you very much. Put your hands together for yourself. I saw some people still chopping their mouth, but you are forgiven. I'm the only one that saw it. Yeah, don't worry. All right. Once again, you are all welcome. I believe we all know why we are here today. And just to help us relax a little bit, can we all take a deep breath in? Inhale. A long inhale. 1 to go. Hold it. Now breathe out gently. Some of you are not doing it. Breathe in once again. Draw it in very well. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. And now release it. How do you feel? Thank you very much. Needless to say, that the future of work lies in technology, and only the digitally literate can function effectively in the digital work environment. Do you all agree with me? Yet, for the vulnerable people at the margin of the society, such as persons with disabilities, the internally displaced persons, and women in disadvantaged communities, digital exclusion is real. You will agree with me. Digital exclusion is real. The intersectionality of these demographics makes the situation even more concerning. For instance, a study conducted in 4 states in the northern part of Nigeria shows that an estimated 61% of women with disabilities lack the basic skill to use computer devices. In fact, we got to know that even to power the button, they don't even know what to do. 61% of women with disabilities. Worse still, reasonable accommodations and technological devices are rarely available for persons with disabilities, with 96% of persons with disabilities in need of assistive devices. Did you hear that percentage? 96% in need of assistive devices. These factors have contributed to undermining disability employment, with research showing that most persons with disabilities are out of work. And only 1% of persons with disabilities are employed in the formal sector. With the drive of the National Information Technology Development Agency for Nigeria to attain 95% digital literacy by 2030, the need to foster digital inclusion for vulnerable people cannot be overemphasized. Oh, I thought that's my cue. All right. So, this roundtable, you will agree with me that it is strategic. And you know why this roundtable is strategic? And it's coming at a better time. So what I'm asking every one of you seated in this room, because you are all considered as key stakeholders, I urge you all to have an open mind and not to hold back from drawing from your ocean, that ocean of knowledge and experience, to contribute meaningfully for us to produce a robust research that will be a reference document for the digital inclusion of the vulnerable people towards an improved employment and livelihood. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grace Jerry, and I would be your compare for the event today. And thank you very much. And just to quickly describe the room for the benefit of our brothers and sisters who are visually impaired, starting with myself, I am a mix of brown chocolate and the white chocolate. That gives us what? Caramelly. That's Gracie's skin color. I am a caramelly, seated on a motorized wheelchair, because I'm a person with physical disability. I'm wearing a blue suit and a blue and white Ankara trouser with a pure white camisole. And I'm wearing South African accessories, beads, in all the colors of the world, all right? And to let you know that we are seated in a well-lit room. The aesthetics of the room is the combination of blue and white. So everything is themed this morning, and a touch of different colors to just give it that bright and beautiful look. The tables you are seated on is covered in a white fabric. The chairs you are seated on is all white. And I'm actually using a podium that is accessible. I thought we were going to clap better. A podium that is very, very accessible for someone on a wheelchair. Isn't this beautiful? All right, having done that, I am going to welcome our first, let me call them our parent partner, the parent partner of the Jobber Man. You will join me this morning for her opening remarks. Welcome, Hilda Kabushenga, forgive me, Hilda Kabushenga, who is the CEO of the African talent company TATC. They are the parent company of the Jobberman. Put your hands together as we welcome Hilda. Can someone give her a mic for me?
Thank you so much, Grace Jerry. Good morning, everybody. I've been told I need to describe myself to be more inclusive. So, first of all, when I landed at the airport in Nigeria yesterday, and almost every time I come, I was told, Black beauty, Black beauty, Black beauty, I hope you know. And I was like, guys, me where I come from, I'm the brownest in my family, so I don't know how I become dark here, but yes, I'm maybe darker than caramel. I am wearing high heels because if I didn't have them, I'd be 5'2", so you might not see me that well. I'm putting on a dark red dress, and I have long black hair with a bit of gray in it because, you know, I've done some things, I'm a bit old. And I'm very, very happy that we're all here today. So first, I'd like to welcome you. I'd also like to welcome everybody here from government, from ministries, from different organizations. I'd like to thank our partners in Young Africa Works, the MasterCard Foundation, and other partners who might be here today as well. All the leaders, people who are in digital platforms, who are, of course, involved in supporting us and supporting the community as we do this work. And obviously, and most importantly, some of the people who are living with this experience. So women, persons with disabilities, internally displaced persons. I'm very glad that we got your input as we're doing this report, and that many of you are in the room today as we have discussions about it. So why have this roundtable? The big idea is that technology can and must be a force of inclusion as opposed to being one of division, right? There's a world where the world grows, and rather than be more inclusive leveraging technology, we actually leave some very, very key stakeholders, those key demographics behind, and we're trying to avoid that. So it's not just to talk about platforms or to talk about policies, but to actually challenge the labor system, right? Like, we all live in markets and countries where we see everyday employers are not hiring from all demographics, and not even because there's no talent there, but it's almost like a laziness. I want to do the easy thing. So we want to go beyond what's on paper and the talk, and challenge the practices, challenge the structures through which people are being hired, the accessibility and accommodation that happens in workplaces, and see if we can actually move this to a better position. And we all have to urgently come together and rethink what an inclusive pathway means in all these contexts. I would like to thank my team. You guys are amazing. I believe this is our 11th report in Nigeria, and it's a great one. Some of the key highlights from the report that I've read through, and hopefully you all will read through today, is 9 in 10 employers do not recruit from marginalized groups. And some it could be because they don't know. In fact, in some cases, they even benefits from hiring from a marginalized group, but most employers will take the easy way out. So that's one thing we need to challenge. The second thing is there's so many issues around skills assessment. A lot of employers say, about 52% of employers actually say they don't know how to assess skills in this context, or they don't know how to make their workplaces more accessible, and logistics and transportation. I think that was 36% of employers said that's an issue as to why they don't. But at the end of the day, around 72% of employers are not making a conscious decision to hire inclusively. They're just going about their day using the easiest way, and I think that's the bracket we can really, really get into reaching. One of the other things we saw was that about 55% of PWDs and 44% of women in IDP groups and have successfully secured jobs or gotten businesses or clients through WhatsApp. Most of us talk about WhatsApp being this casual place, and we don't take it that seriously, but when you think about it, it's probably one of the most inclusive and accessible technologies, right? Very low risk, very affordable from a cost perspective. There's not that much pressure. You don't have to use your face. You can use your face. You can use your voice. Even if you can't read or write all the time, voice notes work for you. So this is one thing we want to explore in terms of how to bring more opportunities in a way that's inclusive to people in marginalized areas. And then the other thing we also saw is that a lot of persons, especially with disabilities and in other contexts, are turning towards remote work because it overcomes the logistical barriers and challenges. It overcomes dealing with a face-to-face employer who might have a bias. So that's something we're also going to dig deeply into. When it comes to training, some of the things we've seen in the report are that around 85% of schools in Nigeria are not equipped for persons with disabilities. This is actually a tragedy, right? It's a tragedy when you think about the fact that this is a massive country, and there's very many people that fall into this demographic. It's their lived experience. It's not going to go away. And I think hopefully, this can be a conversation starter as to how we begin to reverse such trends. Another thing we saw is that among IDPs who have internet access, around 24% are using it for learning and 20% for digital job search. And I guess the question becomes, how do you even increase this to make it much higher? For job searchers, even for working, you can work online these days, and from you can work online from very, very elementary level skills and grow. Some of the emerging trends we're seeing, so as I mentioned earlier, employer bias is pushing people, especially PWDs, to remote work. We want to see how we can encourage that. How do we bring more jobs that don't require somebody to leave their home to the right target demographic so that everybody can work and earn? Against assistive technologies and accessibility features, they're supporting more inclusive models and ease of doing business online. There's some platforms like Zoom that are very inclusive. I think some devices are becoming very inclusive. At the same time, we know that sometimes accessibility is expensive, and some work has to be done in terms of subsidizing these devices, or even innovations to make them a lot more affordable, maybe locally manufactured, not always imported. I always hear a stat that Apple makes the most affordable or accessible devices, and the question is, how many people can afford an Apple device, right? We have to change that narrative and get the most affordable devices to also be the most accessible ones. We've seen that around 16% of employers in Nigeria, especially northern Nigeria, see public recognition as a primary incentive for inclusive hiring. And I mean, the fact that you're doing it to be seen already is a challenge. Thank you that you're doing it, but then it should come from the place of you want the best person for the best role. And there could be something to be said here. I used to live in Nigeria for 7 years. I'm now based in Nairobi, in Kenya. And one of the things the Kenyan government has done, for example, is to put a payee subsidy for all PWDs up to about, maybe, I want to say equivalent of 500,000 naira a month, to a point where, if you have people who are the best for the job and there's a PWD among them, it's actually cheaper, total desk costs. So they're giving employers real incentives to hire, because at the end of the day, most employers will do the easy thing because they're also worried about their costs. So there's so many things we can do to make, as a nation and as people, to advocate to make it easier and more profitable even for employers to hire PWDs or to hire persons with disabilities and IDPs. What we're hoping to do today is, to co-create solutions that can inform inclusive hiring, that can shape policy, that can drive platform design. I think even our own platform, Jobberman, is being reviewed to see how it can be a lot more inclusive, because it's a shared responsibility. There's a lot of work to be done. It can't just be left to governments, it can't just be left to private sector, it can't just be left to the youth whose voice is sometimes not even heard, or to the very people we're trying to build for, right? We have to put everybody at the center and come together to try and co-create this. And we have to ensure that as the world of work evolves, as more opportunities appear in remote work, in digital work, and as technology gets more accessible, we're all evolving with it and no group is being left behind. I'm really looking forward to today. And I hope it's a great day. Please give us all your best thoughts, your best mind, your best creativity and innovation. I believe this report will be a lot more beneficial if we all come together and put our thoughts forward. Thank you once again.
Check. Put your hands together for Ms. Hilda Kabushenga, the CEO of the African Talent Company, who are the parent company of Jobberman. Thank you very much. You would know that every of these organizations are working tirelessly to create job opportunities for this marginalized group. One of the things she spoke about is how they can create opportunities even for remote jobs. And you would, agree with me that it's a lot more easier for women, for persons with disabilities, and for, internally displaced people to earn a living, even from either the comfort of whatever environment they have found themselves. Thank you once again, Ms. Hilda. And to welcome for the goodwill message, we have Kafil Mills Odoi, who is the head of inclusion at the MasterCard Foundation. Kafiu Mills-Odoi will be joining us online for the goodwill message. Put your hands together.
Good morning, good afternoon, distinguished guests, wherever you are based, with all protocols observed. I am honored to stand before you on this occasion to deliver this goodwill message. As my name has been mentioned, I am Kafiu Mills-Odoi, Head of Inclusion at the MasterCard Foundation, Nigeria. I bring you greetings from our country director, Josephine, who is unavoidably absent today. On behalf of the MasterCard Foundation, we say congratulations to the Jobberman team and all stakeholders who contributed to conducting and presenting this critical report, Technology, Employment, Inclusion in Marginalized Context. At the Foundation, we believe that everyone, regardless of ability, gender, or circumstance, deserves the opportunity to thrive. Yet, we know that so many young people in Nigeria, especially women, persons with disabilities, displaced persons, internally, and young people in underserved communities continue to face significant barriers in accessing dignified and fulfilling work. This is why our focus on inclusion is not a side addition, but a core part of how we work and design programs. Creating an accessible and inclusive world must be driven by young people with different and unique lived experiences. Young people with disabilities, young women with disabilities, refugees and displaced youth who face systemic barriers in accessing education and employment. It is our belief that leadership, diverse skills, and perspectives of youth with disabilities, young women in underserved communities, last mile youth, off the tarmac young people, refugees and internally displaced persons, who are young people especially, catalyze innovative solutions and approaches. We do not only support their personal growth by empowering these young people or individuals, but beyond that, we also contribute to a more equitable and dynamic economy. Their leadership will drive a vibrant, accessible, and inclusive future of work. This report therefore highlights key findings that are critical to the work we do. As technology advancements reshape the world of work, we are present with both new opportunities and new risks. In fact, we are presented with them. While digital platforms and tools may be simplifying access to jobs and expanding the gig economy, we must ask ourselves whose lives are being improved and whose are being left behind. For technology to truly be an enabler of inclusion, we must understand how marginalized groups are engaging with it and how can we remove the structural and systemic barriers they face. Help us and our partners design smarter, more inclusive programs and policies. It will inform how we use technology to build pathways to employment that are critically inclusive, accessible, and responsive to the real needs of marginalized young people, especially young women. Keep listening. Together, we have the opportunity and the responsibility to ensure that no one is left behind in Nigeria's journey toward youth employment and economic transformation. Thank you once again to Jobberman and all our partners and to distinguished stakeholders gathered here who are interested in this pathway and journey for championing this work. We look forward to translating these findings into real, measurable, impact for the young people we serve. It is a call to action, a call for deeper collaboration, for innovative thinking, for inclusive, human-centered design, as I've said, and for us again to listen and listen deeply. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to Ms. Kafio Mills Odoi. And just to let us know that the MasterCard Foundation is the partner of the Jobberman on the project, which is the Young African Work Project. The research you have right in front of you would give you like an elaborate description, an elaborate understanding on what the project is all about and what Jobberman have already begun. And like I mentioned earlier, every one of you seated in this room, you would require to make one form of input or the other on how we can deepen our effort and understanding on why there is need to create a more workable environment, an environment that works for everyone to ensure the principles of what? Leaving no one behind. Once again, put your hands together for Ms. Kafio Mills. We're going to go into another segment of the program this morning, which is the keynote address. And before I welcome the speaker, you would allow me to just give a brief, just a brief of her most elaborate and beautiful bio. I mean, if I would have to read everything, I'm sure we'll be here till like next week because of the amazing impact that she has done in the space. So permit me this morning to just give a brief bio of our first keynote speaker. Temi Daly is a seasoned professional with over 20 years of exceptional performance in the human rights field. She has built core expertise in strategic leadership, business management, people management, talent management, career development, transformational change, and project management. As the Pioneer Group Executive, Human Capital and Corporate Service of Sterling Financial Holding Co., she successfully steered the human capital function through the bank's transition into a holding company. Her visionary leadership has resulted in operational excellence, sustainable growth, and a high-performance culture. I'm going to stop here and welcome, you all will join me with a resounding applause, and welcome Temi Daly, who is the Group Executive, Human Capital and Corporate Service, Sterling Financial Holding Co. I can't hear that clap. Put your hands together. Keep clapping until she gets off stage. Looking all radiant. Take it away. Oh my. She's actually giving me a hug right now. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Okay, you can use mine.
Good morning. This house is very quiet. Good morning. Are we not happy to be here? Okay, awesome. Good morning, everyone, once again. I'm happy to be here. All protocols observed. And I want to say a big thank you to the organizers of this very relevant conference. I'm excited to speak to something that I'm quite passionate about, so thank you. Okay, I think a couple of speakers before me, Hilda, if I recall, had to describe herself. Okay, so I'll take a minute. I'm not used to describing myself. I'm told that I'm a very pretty woman, Quite petite, brown skin girl. I'm a true Nigerian.
Awesome.
A mix of a couple of ethnic groups. Today I represent the Nupe group, where my grandma is from. What else? Passionate about people. Passionate about driving change, about driving transformation, and making a difference. Thank you.
Put your hands together.
I already said I'm a petite lady, so I'm hoping everybody can see me, but it's fine.
You can use my podium if you want to. Just kidding.
Thank you. So today we speak about technology and employment inclusion in marginalized contexts. And I'm just going to share some of my thoughts around this topic. Across the globe, we are witnessing a technology revolution that is reshaping economies, workplaces, industry, and life as we know it. Artificial intelligence, digital platforms, remote work, and gig economies are creating unprecedented opportunities. Thank you. But I must ask, opportunities for whom? That is why we're here today.
Yeah.
Because for millions living in marginalized contexts, such as rural communities, displaced people, informal workers, and persons with disabilities, opportunities for employment wrapped in digital packages remain out of reach. And if I must add, our women and children. It is interesting to see the data that exists for our country, Nigeria, relating to technology adoption, particularly in its simplest forms, mobile phones, internet, and connectivity in rural and urban areas. I'll be sharing some of those data. According to the International Telecommunication Union, only about 56% of people in low-income countries like Nigeria own a mobile phone, compared to over 95% in high-income countries. National data shows 92% of Nigerian adults, males, own a mobile device, though ownership amongst women and children is lower. The ITU estimated that only 35 to 36% of the Nigerian population were active internet users in recent years. Mobile internet, which is smartphones plus 4G, just 29% of Nigerians have regular mobile internet access, leaving 71% without regular access. Despite widespread 4G coverage, 60% of Nigerians don't use mobile internet at all. 60%. I just want that to sink in. Only about 90% are smartphone internet users, and 8% use smart feature phones. In rural areas, 68% lack smartphones. Whilst in urban areas, there's a 42% smartphone ownership gap. This reality, alarming as it looks, is a clear-cut indication of two sides of a divide when it comes to technology adoption, and the gap between privileged and underprivileged that continues to widen. We must recognize a simple truth. Technology is an enabler, but only when it's inclusive, when it's equitable, and when it empowers the underpowered and the underserved. Technology holds so much power, but access to it is a real game changer. Technology can make a real difference when it creates a path for the underserved, the underrepresented to thrive, when it creates a level playing field for the marginalized. Employment inclusion is more than access to jobs. It means equitable access to opportunities, decent work, career advancement, and fair compensation, regardless of where one is born, what language one speaks, physical ability, and social economic background. Yet barriers remain. The digital gap keeps billions of people offline. Biases, both human and data-led, filters out capable candidates. Infrastructure, literacy, and policy limitations further entrench inequality. So is technology an equalizer or a divider? That is a question that we have to ask ourselves, and that is the question we must answer. Technology holds the promise of being the great equalizer. Remote work opportunities can connect people even in the remotest areas to global teams. Online learning can bring world-class skills on a mobile phone. AI-driven tools can help us identify talents beyond traditional resumes. But fulfilling this promise is not a walk in the park. It calls for more. And the more is from all of us. If we are not intentional about truly bridging these gaps, we will create a world where those with devices, data, and digital fluency surge ahead, and everyone else is left behind. What does inclusive technology look like? Inclusive technology is accessibility, voice-enabled, multi-language, screen reader friendly. It's contextualized, designed with and for communities, not imposed upon them. So we design with the communities in mind. Scalable, affordable, mobile first, and able to reach the last mile. Human-centered, shaped by the life experience of those it's meant to serve. And we have seen it at work. Community-led coding hubs in informal settlements, job matching platforms that use all these interfaces, assisted technology helping people with disability participate in the digital economy. Today I want to talk about walking the talk at Sterling, which is the organization that I represent. We have already taken these bold steps at Sterling. I see a couple of our partners in the room, and I want to say a big thank you to Stanford Edge and to Madam Dolapo. Thank you. We're already taking these bold steps at Sterling, not just in creating inclusive and equitable talent sourcing processes, but in curating tailored employee experiences to meet every employee where they are, mapping their employee journeys and driving true impact at every touch point. Firstly, I'll speak to remote work for all. Our journey started before COVID-19 hit. As an organization, we took pride in being one of the first in our climes to embrace what the future of work, which I call the work of now, really looks like a decade ago. What was only known in summits and literatures became our reality long before our part of the world embraced it. And understanding that we were made to be different, and the mindset of innovation was what set us apart. So with the launch of remote work before COVID, we were prepared and at an advantage to drive our business sustainability in disruptive times. We're one of the few organizations that believe that location is not a barrier to get real impactful work done. And because we have perfected our remote work proposition, we manage a globally dispersed talent across multi-countries of the world who we support to keep driving value whilst remaining our ambassadors wherever they are. We embrace technology not just as a tool for innovation and growth, but also as a channel for support and empathy as we partner with our tribes, who we call our employees, to pursue their dreams across the globe. Our gender inclusion promise, the girl child, who is a future employee of Sterling, has been a focus of many of our impact initiatives at the Bloom Network, our women proposition at Sterling Financial Holdings, particularly the girl child in STEM. This is why in April 2025, we hosted over 300 girls physically and virtually on a week-long tech skills boot camp, because we believe in the power of bridging the technology access and capabilities gap at a young age. We're intentional about nurturing this pool and empowering every girl child to believe in our power, to truly win, to truly blossom, in a male-dominated tech environment. Through fire chats, targeted coaching and mentoring, and targeted recruitment tracks for women in tech, we are deliberate about driving the mindset that a woman can be anything she dares to be in the world of technology. But we didn't stop here. Almost 2 years ago, we launched something unprecedented in our industry, the Sterling Momship Program. A recruitment track curated for a unique group of people in mind, mothers, women who have taken career breaks to nurture children and raise families. We realize that balance for many women is a mirage, and that re-entering the workforce after bringing life into the world should not be a struggle. Being out of work for a number of years should not disqualify anyone from deserving opportunities, so we decided to bridge that gap. The Momship program was built for and dedicated to these women, and with 2 successful cohorts so far, the impact has been transformational for us as it has been for them. It has not only enriched our talent pool, but reinforced our belief that real inclusion starts with understanding the lived reality of people and designing systems to support them, not sideline them. Thirdly, our Sterling Embrace program, a focused accelerator program for differently enabled individuals, is one of the boldest statements in our DEY proposition. A voice that roars our support for people living with different abilities and their need for organizations like ours to see them, lend them a hand, and help them across. This has been a successful program for the last 5 years, with numerous testimonies of its success and impact. As a result of this sustained effort, Sterling was recently awarded an award of excellence by the National Commission of People with Disabilities. Over the past 5 years, we have onboarded people with disabilities across various roles, integrated assisted technology into our workplace systems, and ensure that our digital platforms meet baseline accessibility standards. Beyond the workplace, we have taken our recent impact initiative, which I'm sure a lot of us have heard about, the No Transfer Fees campaign, to support our customers by bearing the financial burden of their account transfer charges. Beyond URLs, app stores, QR codes, and smartphones, multiple options have been made open for account opening to reach all segments of customers in settlements without smartphones, weight, or data. Beyond the Wi-Fi, we truly care about our quality of life. Beyond connectivity, we truly care about productivity, sustainability, and impact. The non-transfer fee campaign has been translated to over 5 indigenous Nigerian languages, further pushing the boundaries to reach the most interior parts of our customers. When we talk inclusion at Sterling, it's not a checkbox or a trend or a nice to have. It is who we are and what we live by, and how we impact our tribe, how we truly see them, hear them, and assure them that they're in the best place to work. Finally, beyond Sterling, how do we scale these solutions? We all have a role to play. The government must invest in digital infrastructures and inclusive policies. It starts with economic and financial reforms to empower our currency, which in turn makes smartphones more accessible and affordable. Businesses must embed inclusion in their technology, hiring and supply chains. NGOs and educators must equip people with digital skills for real work jobs. Tech developers and designers must build with equity and empathy. The call for inclusion practices is not a charity call or a CSR activity. It is a call to really listen, to learn, a call to responsibility, because the marginalized groups are not just numbers or a piece of data, but fathers, mothers, brothers and sisters with hopes and dreams, a life that looks out for an opportunity to be seen, to be heard, to be loved, to be protected, and to be included. With inclusion comes innovation, resilience, and long-term sustainability and growth. Let us continue to embody this. In closing, from the real table to real life, let's be intentional about working together to build a nation where we are not just digitally advanced, but also socially progressive. The now and the future of work must work for all of us. Let us commit today to being the bridge, not the barrier, to building a world where every person, regardless of their context, their gender, status, abilities, have the tools, skills, and opportunities to thrive. I leave you with this. Digital inclusion is not just about who is connected, it's about who is impacted. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very, very, very much. Thank you very much to Ms. Temidele. And if you all were listening attentively, you would agree with me that there are staggering statistics that shows how much the marginalized group are still excluded. If you were taking note of those statistics, and a few takeaways that I noted here, where she mentioned only about 35 to 36% are active internet users. Active, the world has gone global. For us to remain active, for us to continue to make our mark, for us to be able to make one form of income and livelihood is to ensure that we have access not just to digital literacy, but to be able to do our work with access to internet. And with this staggering statistic, and if you look closely, the other percentage, the other or the huge part of this percentage are this marginalized group. Persons with disabilities, the internally displaced persons, and even women and girls. She talked about about 60% don't have or don't use internet. And if you check closely, the 60%, there are these three underrepresented groups that we have mentioned in the room. So when you talk about ensuring that everyone has access to employment, has access to empowerment, it calls for access to internet, it calls for access to smartphones. Because hey, this device in your hand, so many people do buying and selling from this. People sit from the comfort of their homes. I've remembered a couple of times where I would have to buy either a shoe or a bag from just pressing buttons on my phone. And I'm transferring money. The other end, the person is getting her money and sending my goods down to me. So imagine that this underrepresented group have not just access to smartphones, but have access to internet. From the comfort of their homes, they would also buy and sell. So all hands need to be on deck. One thing she said that I noted down is that with inclusion comes innovation. With inclusion comes innovation. There is work to be done. Once again, put your hands together for Ms. Temidele. Now for the second keynote address, I'm going to call on the representative of the Senior Special Advisor to the President on Special Needs and Equal Opportunity. Unfortunately, Honorable Abba Issa cannot be with us, but his representative is here to take the keynote speech. So let us welcome Mr. Lanre Oloyede, the representative of the SSA to the President on Persons with Special Needs and Equal Opportunities. Please keep clapping until he gets upstage. And I'm sure the voice you're going to be hearing is the voice of Mr. Lanre, but the words are going to be the words of the SSA to the President, Honorable Abba Issa.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I think I love the beauty and the ambience in this room, but can we match that with the energy by putting your hands together for yourself? All right, it feels so good anytime I have the privilege to be in the midst of critical stakeholders to discuss issues that has to do with the advancement of the welfare and the rights and dignity of persons with disability. I want to appreciate the organizers for putting this very important event together. My name is Lanre Oloyede. I'm a disability rights advocate, a leadership development expert, and I'm the Director of Media and Communications in the Office of the SSA to the President on Special Needs and Equal Opportunities. As the MC has said, I'm here to represent my boss, Honorable Mohammed Abba Issa, who is unavoidably absent here this morning due to official engagements. He has sent me with his keynote address, which I'm going to proceed to read forthwith. I bring you warm greetings and compliments of the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, in my capacity as his Senior Special Assistant on Special Needs and Equal Opportunities. I am deeply honored to address these critical stakeholders at this very important roundtable on technology and employment inclusion in marginalized context, convened by the Jobberman Nigeria, a subsidiary of the Talent Africa Company in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation under the Young Nigeria Works program. Let me begin by commending the organizers and partners for this novel and groundbreaking initiative. By convening this coalition of stakeholders and launching such critical research, you are expanding the frontiers of opportunity for the very people who need it most: the youths, women in disadvantaged communities, and persons with disabilities, and internally displaced persons. Few weeks ago, I had the privilege of unveiling the Disability Readiness Assessment and Workforce Toolkit, a pioneering product developed by Data in Tech and Data Lead Africa, Deaf in Tech and Data Lead Africa. These toolkits evaluate how ready public and private institutions are to include PWDs in the workforce and exposes existing gaps in policies, culture, and accessibility. Today's roundtable, in many ways, builds on the momentum of that landmark initiative. As you reflect on the findings of your study, technology, and employment inclusion in marginalized context, I urge us all to focus not only on the barriers, but on practical and scalable solutions, from job boards and social media to remote work platforms. Technology holds transformative potential, but for those in rural, hard-to-reach, and underserved communities, the digital divide still threatens to widen existing inequalities. Excuse me. We must confront the harsh realities. Persons with disabilities continue to face systemic exclusion from employment pipelines. Displaced persons, though resilient, are often disconnected from digital resources. And young women in marginalized communities remain underrepresented in tech-driven spaces. This roundtable is not only timely, it is strategic in advancing our shared vision of an inclusive Nigeria, where equal opportunity is not a slogan, but a reality. Importantly, this engagement aligns strongly with the Renew Hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration, and it reflects the spirit and letter of Section 29 of the Discrimination Against Persons with Disability Prohibition Act 2018, which mandates equal opportunity in employment. As the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Special Needs and Equal Opportunities, I have consistently advocated for the full implementation of the minimum 5% employment quota for persons with disability in public institutions. However, we must go a step further. I call for an urgent amendment to the National Assembly Act, to the National Disability Act, to extend this quota to private sector, so that no qualified person with a disability should be excluded from contributing meaningfully to our economy. Let me assure you that my office remains open and ready to collaborate with stakeholders, public, private, and civil society, to co-create an inclusive society where no one is left behind. I trust that the outcomes from today's session will not only shape the Young Nigeria work learning agenda, but also help chart a bold and inclusive future of work in Nigeria. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lanre. Permit me to add Honorable to your name. Speaking on behalf of the Senior Special Advisor to the President on Special Needs and Equal Opportunities. And few takeaways from him. He mentioned how practical solutions can be scalable, coming up with practical and scalable solutions. And like I mentioned, we need to come up with those practical and scalable solutions that will be workable. Someone mentioned here that we need to walk the talk. Whatever we're going to be discussing in this room, ideas that we're going to be coming up with, we should make them workable for the marginalized group. And we talked about the need, he talked about the need for amendment. If you look at the policies we have in place, there are exclusion gaps in it. It is also important that we look at how we can close on those gaps, call for amendment, call for the amendment of those policies and those framework, and ensure that it speaks to how persons with disabilities, internally displaced people, and even women can be better supported. Once again, put your hands together for Lanre. All right, so the energy in the room is low. I don't know, I think we're reacting to tea. Okay. You know how it is when we have breakfast, and when you sit in front of your desk in the office, you just want to take a quick nap. Is that what's happening? Is it the tea? Is it the meat pie? Is it the pizza? Please, I need you to have a bit of energy. So once again, put your hands together for yourself and wake yourself up, all right? Thank you very much. And in line with walking the talk, sometimes when conversations become too theoretical, when we are just talking and talking and talking, we don't even have that in-depth understanding of the lived experiences of these marginalized people that we're talking about. Sometimes when you hear their stories, when you see their faces, when you see how their bodies react to what they're saying, it drives home the message, Abi? So we're not just reading extensive policies, but we are also hearing from people with that lived experience. And the documentary you are about to watch captures the key findings of the report, that beautiful report that is in front of you. What you're about to watch in this documentary captures that finding, and it also puts a face to those stories, touching stories, and of course, the lived experiences of these people. So you know why we are seated in this room, and you know what is expected of you as you're moving forward. So the multimedia people, when you're ready, I need you to dim the light a little bit, but ensure that the sign language interpreters have a bit of light so that their signing can be well captured. Dim the light. Unfortunately, we don't have popcorn, but just imagine you have popcorn in front of you while you're watching this documentary. Most importantly, get the message, all right? Thank you very much. Someone dimming the light a little bit for us, or if there's no need for that, it's fine. I wanted to give us that theater feel, that kind of thing, No, but it's fine, it's fine. And please just pause a little bit. I want to ask that people limit their movement in the hall. We noticed a little bit of movement here and there, and it disrupts the sign language interpreter. Please just gently take your seat, all right? Thank you very much. Is there a technical glitch? 2023 election taught us technical glitch.
Not even be patient enough to interview.
When I started looking for work, I didn't really know that you can actually go through online to look for work.
To get a job here in Bakoko is not that easy.
You will go for interview. You're usually in bed now. You will not even be patient enough to interview.
When I started looking for work, I didn't really know that you can actually go through online to look for work.
babu wani sana'an da kake yi sai zaman gida kawai kuma babu kuɗi ka je wani makaranta.
Digital innovations are disrupting the labor market globally, but we need to ensure that people who are marginalized are also included in this progress.
As one of the efforts to ensure that marginalized groups are not left behind, MasterCard Foundation, in partnership with Jobberman, launched the Young Nigeria Works program.
The Young Nigeria Works program was designed to target young people between the ages of 18 and 35, targeting roughly about 70% women. As a result of that, the design of that program was intended to focus heavily on marginalized groups. It is critical that we understand how supporting marginalized people is important, not just to addressing the issues, but to nation building in itself. So it requires a higher level of collective leadership, which means it's not something that one person can do alone. It requires the support of both state actors and non-state actors to come together and look at the best practices that has worked.
In light of that, research was carried out to understand the lived experiences of these marginalized groups, especially women in disadvantaged communities, internally displaced persons, and persons with disabilities.
About 80% of schools in Nigeria currently are not accessible to persons with disabilities. So that significantly affects the access to opportunities, economic opportunities that they would have.
You will go for interview, you submit your CVs. The first question they will ask you, what can you do? He will not even be patient enough to interview. As far as he or she sees you, he will come to conclusion that you have nothing to offer.
When an application is brought online for everybody to apply, you find out that sometimes they don't even have a column to recognize a person with disability.
I applied for some job, but instead of them to use email or SMS to communicate with me, they will be calling me on my phone. So I cannot pick phone, so I will be cut it off and submitted to them that with this, please communicate with me, but they never reply back.
The biggest challenge we face living in this community is that most of the women here are not educated. Although me, I'm educated, I'm a graduate, but then again, not having enough funds, enough money to do what you want to do is a big problem.
When I started looking for work, I didn't really know that you can actually go through online to look for work. So I had to write an application letter with my hands, put all my possible certificates together. Then now had to walk from one place to another, telling them I'm looking for a job, any vacancy available, that I'm in for it.
To get a job here in Makoko is not that easy. For me to get a job, the one I'm doing right now, it's not that easy for me. Me working here, they'll be giving me 30,000. Inside that 30,000, I'm going to eat, pay for some rents, and my dream is to become a model. But I don't think it's possible here in Makoko. There is a flyer I saw on Facebook. We went for the training. So the training was good though, but still, the work is not it's not going the way it's supposed to be.
Like other marginalized groups, internally displaced persons have their own set of challenges.
There are a lot of challenges that internally displaced persons face. They lack access to formal and informal education. So the kind of businesses they are running here is not much. They are just trying to survive.
Sunana Fatima Muhammad daga Goza, ina zama IDP Camp Damaris. Da na gama secondary school na dawo gida. Babu wani sana'an da kake yi sai zaman gida kawai kuma babu kuɗi ka je wani makaranta. Yasa na ce gwara in je in koyi ɗinki.
Beyond educational challenges, internally displaced persons often have to compete for limited resources within their host communities.
Ni dai sana'an da nake yi na okada ne, na tuka babur.
ba anan nake ina zuwa a Delta ne ina zuwa ina yin aiki a can to babban kalubale anan dai gaskiya ba mu da wani sana'ar da ya wuce kiwo noma a nan wurin noma kuma gaskiya ba shi kamar yadda aka saba.
For marginalized groups, the challenges are varied. But in spite of it all, their agency is not diminished. Women still have agency.
So we have to fight for ourselves. Many of us are business and family business people. That's the reason why I entered this private business degree of 18, so that I'll be assisting myself.
Digital tools have played a significant role in easing the path towards economic prosperity for these marginalized groups. In the case of internally displaced persons, IDPs, the research uncovered a specific trend in how they engage with technology.
An emerging trend that we observed in displaced settlements, especially in northern Nigeria, is the existence of a tech connector. So most times this is like a Gen Z lady who was displaced from a place like Borno, but has the opportunity to access a smartphone, and she's able to use the phone to learn certain skills through digital platforms. It could be YouTube, it could be TikTok, and then she serves as a tech connector, communicating and also teaching other displaced ladies in that settlement some of the skills that she has learned.
Wayana kuma nake ina hawan TikTok ina ga hotuna dinki masu kyau sai ina screenshot ina barin su a wayana kun wata kuma tana son ta yi dinki sai da ce sai in bata wayan ta kalla sample style a ciki in ta kalla sai ta ce to wannan dinkin shi za a yi kuma yin suna yin videos na yanka riga ko skate in suka yi posting sai mu ma ni ma in dauka in zo in kalla gida har in iya wayana ba taimakon kaina kadai nake yi ba ina taimakon yan uwa na IDPs irin hotuna da videos da in na dauka a TikTok ko Facebook ko WhatsApp in aka turo min ina daukawa sai mu zo mu haɗu da su in nuna musu yadda ake yi.
For those without smartphones, even access to basic phones is transforming business operations.
Wayan da nake amfani da shi yana taimaka min in muka je wurin aikin wani zai mun je wani gurin ya ce min ba shi da cash ya za a yi yanzu sai in ce mai to in za ka yi min transfer kuma shikenan to da yake ina da waya kaga nan ne za a yi min transfer zan ba shi number account dina sai min transfer.
Further findings from the report highlights that WhatsApp in particular has emerged as a significant tool in enabling economic participation and success among these groups.
In terms of WhatsApp usage, for instance, about 44% of persons with disabilities actually secure jobs through WhatsApp. And then about 55% of women in disadvantaged communities also reported securing jobs through WhatsApp. And this is because of how easy it is for them to use and the way they're able to connect with communities via WhatsApp groups and accessing opportunities via those groups.
I am in Balkan and I've found out about this back job in the forum on WhatsApp and the link was specifically for people with disabilities. I would call it to comfortable, not in the back room, but in the NGO. From there, I would stop it and I would shortlist it, I would pick it.
The preference marginalized individuals have for using social media in their search for job opportunities is largely because digital job boards and specialized job search platforms are perceived as more complex and difficult to navigate. However, with access to training and education, these individuals become more open to exploring alternative methods of seeking employment, thereby broadening their opportunities and enhancing their digital confidence.
Sometime last year, the government came around and then they had this seminar that was meant for women around the vicinity. So I went for the seminar and it kind of enlightened me more about how you can find jobs online and what you can do to find work online.
For persons with disabilities, using social media to do business also affords them the ability to conceal their disability.
Having a cell phone can easily help me in addressing some kind of these barriers faced by me, because when I want to advertise for my goods or what my high skills, whatever I am doing, people may not know directly that I am someone with disability until they come face to face, and through it I can sell my handwork.
To continue driving inclusive economic participation for marginalized groups, several key actions are necessary. Chief among them is advocacy. For persons with disabilities, advocacy is especially crucial.
For persons with disabilities, advocacy is the first thing the first things we do to help reduce the stigma and, to bring employers, to bring the community to a point where we can accept that persons with disability can work. Some employers want to see that it is possible. Oftentimes people do not have a conscious bias. It's usually this unconscious bias that we've adopted from society.
We have apps. We have Be My Eyes. We have so many apps in the phone. I can use the thing to read anything and know what to write. Some of us are using a computer. We can use laptop. There is ability in disability.
There's some feedback we got from employers to help them become more inclusive in their hiring. So 55% of employers in the North actually think that being connected to NGOs or community-based organizations will help them hire more people from marginalized communities. Also, 27% of employers in southern Nigeria actually mentioned that they needed to be connected with recruitment platforms that already have marginalized groups within their database, and that would support them hiring more people from these groups.
Our vision is a labor market that works for everyone. That means building systems that do not just accommodate differences, but are also designed for them from the ground up. We must first invest in assertive technologies such as speech-to-text software, agroeconomic tools, and custom workplace adaptation. These tools are not luxury. I feel like they're a necessity just to ensure that everyone is giving their best. And they are also enablers of performance.
To further give marginalized communities equal opportunities to economic progression, there are some recommendations that we're putting forward to policy actors. The first one is to drive sustainable reintegration of internally displaced persons, especially within their host communities. This will help them access resources better within those communities. So the second recommendation is expanding access to education and skills for women. This also includes adult education, just to ensure that women have subsidized and, if possible, free skills training and also education within their communities. The third has to do with expanding digital infrastructure, especially in rural communities. This will support their economic growth and improve their livelihoods.
Though there is still so much more to do, there are ongoing efforts already in place for the empowerment of marginalized groups.
The policies that have been put in place targeting specifics of women in disadvantaged scenarios and women with disability across all the MDAs, and by that I mean ministries, departments and agencies, are quite a lot. Say where the Ministry of Women Empowerment and Poverty Alleviation has different forms of economic trainings, vocational skill training, technical skill training, or the Ministry for Mass Education, through the vocational skill training or adult education training, have projects. They are mandated to carry PWDs and these categories of women along. So yes, there's a lot of policy that is ongoing. There's a lot of work that we can do, however. One that comes to mind very easily is the procurement processing for women, for instance, and even with the qualitative inclusive education arm of it, as well as increasing the type of trainings that we give, more specifically targeting women who themselves are mothers and caregivers to children with disabilities, because somehow that category of persons are often forgotten. But we have also ensured that these categories of women are also not exempt in all the policies that are currently ongoing and the ones that we intend to work on.
With each step towards collective action, an inclusive world of work and that business becomes a reality in sight.
Thank you very much to all the partners who have made it possible, who have put together this documentary. And we also want to especially thank those who have taken it upon themselves to already starting to close these digital gaps and the employment gaps. Those who have provided technologies, those who have provided job opportunities. You heard the stories of these women, women with disabilities, women from the IDP camps, men. You've heard how some of them, through social media, have improved on their businesses. That's because someone provided an access for them. You heard the stories of, people who use not even a smartphone, but the regular type of phones, and they are still able to access one business. This has been made possible because some people, some groups in this room have made it possible. Once again, let's celebrate those people. Can we clap with more energy? All right. Let me tell us a secret. I hear that their lunch here is very sweet. So even if you are not excited about anything, be excited about the salad you're going to be eating, very soon. All right? So thank you once again. And to also, I know that we have a couple of people from the government, from agencies, from the international organizations. I'm going to be acknowledging your presence very, very soon. But just to to get through to the other segments, another segment of this program, we are going to have an in-depth conversation. Beyond just hearing and watching the lived experiences of these people, you are also going to hear from individuals who have worked tirelessly from their own experiences and also from their work are improving the life of this marginalized group. And they'll tell you more about what they are doing and also how you can be part of what it's already ongoing in improving on technology and employment. So I'm going to be calling them up one after the other for the panel session. But before I go into inviting the panelists, we have someone who is going to be moderating this session. And you will be amazed and blown away by her level of experience, her level of knowledge and expertise. I'm going to quickly read her bio. And you will know that this woman I'm calling deserves all the accolade. Dolapo Agbede is a DEI. That's Dolapo. I think you can just majestically walk up to the stage. All right, don't rush it. All right. All right. Dolapo Agbede is a diversity, equity, and inclusion expert, a transitional coach, a tech and neuroscience enthusiast with over 20 years of experience in ICT, payment solutions, telecom. I'm not done yet. You guys, you're going to clap. You would even know where to clap. Just hold on. Payment solution, telecommunications, talent management, and sustainable business administration. Dolapo, no, he never do. Dolapo is, she just whispered to me, Grace, you don't do, he never do. Dolapo is a disability inclusion advisor on the Joint National Association of Persons with Disabilities, JONAP. That's the umbrella body for all disability groups in Nigeria. She sits on several boards and coaches via the Thriving in Transition program. She is one of the leading voices, women making huge impact in the community. Put your hands together as we welcome our moderator, Ms. Dolapo Agbede. All right, quickly to welcome on board upstage the panelists. I'm going to read the citation of Kemi Shonubi. Kemi Shonubi, while I'm reading this, you can majestically take all the time you need and walk up the stage, all right? Kemi Shonubi is a dynamic and highly respected human resource executive, a strategic advisor, and workplace cultural advocate with over 2 decades of experience spanning multiple industries. She currently leads as the Director of People, Culture, Experience, and Operations at TVC Communications, where she is a force on creating thriving, people-centric environment that drives performance and employee fulfillment. Put your hands together as we welcome Kemi Shonubi while you take your seat. Okay, so we're going to do it this way. We'll put a man in between us, all right? Yeah. Thank you so much. Our next panelist is our very dear, super expert, Razak Adekoya. He's a global tech advisor and economic empowerment for Site Saver. Volume back. Thank you. Razak. Check. Razak is a highly respected development expert, an author, and thought leader with a distinguished track record in the area of economic empowerment, disability inclusion, and social development across Africa and beyond. He currently serves as the Global Tech Advisor for Economic Empowerment at Site Savers. Put your hands together for Razak Adekoya. Another dear panelist, I always, there's a way I like to call him. I'm going to tell us after I'm done reading his citation. Our dear friend and brother, Opeoluwa Stephen Akioluwa. I like to call him Emanuela's husband. All right, so while you make your way up majestically upstage, Opeoluwa Akinola is a visionary CEO of Access Tech Innovation and Research Center, doing dynamic and amazing work for the blind community. A pioneering organization dedicated to advancing digital inclusion, accessible technology, and skilled development for persons with disabilities and underserved communities across Africa, with a strong background in inclusive education, accessible ICT, and social innovation. Opeoluwa has led transformative innovations that bridge the digital divide and empower the marginalized population through technology. I mean, if I have to read everything that every one of them on stage have done, we'll be here till like next month. But just put your hands together for them. And my very beautiful sister, very determined young lady, if determination was a human being, Bilkisu Yakubu is that person. Put your hands together for Bilkisu. She's an advocate who works with the Advocacy for Women with Disability Initiative. Ms. Bilkisu Yakubu is a distinguished disability rights advocate, an accomplished public administrator, a feminist, and an emerging political leader. She has run for elections and has inspired a lot of women with disabilities to continue to run for elections, all right? With a background rooted in advocacy and public service. Let me move a little bit. With a background rooted in advocacy and public service, Ms. Bilkisu has held several key leadership positions and reflects her passion for driving meaningful change. Put your hands together for Bilkisu Yakubu, a dynamic young lady. Let me be sure I've called everyone. All right, I have one more person, and we go straight into the conversation. I would like to welcome Gabriel Fayeyi, the project manager for Plan International Nigeria. Put your hands together for Gabriel. I'm not sure I have your profile here. All right, please put your hands together as he makes his way upstage. And for the next few minutes, we are going to be listening to this robust conversation. Pull out your notepad and your pen because you're going to be learning a lot and will set a better tone for the sessions we're going into afterwards. Put your hands together. Dolakwa, take it away.
Thank you so much, Grace. An amazing round of applause for our amazing MC. It doesn't come better than that. So this panel convenes on existing protocol. We're glad to be here. We're glad that you're in the room. We also want to say that we expect our audience to engage with us. So listen to us, glean from the documentary you've just seen. We will be sharing some lived experience context. Then we definitely want to hear from you. While this panel is a bit representative of the community that we want to serve the most, also in the audience, there are people who are key stakeholders and we will want to hear from you. So we are all in this together. We just have the responsibility to sit up here and highlight a few things. So Grace, at a point we'll be running back to you to get your support to coordinate, getting feedback from the audience. We're good? Thanks, sis. So welcome everyone to this conversation. Without further ado, it's all about digital access, opportunities, the realities of barriers, but yet the hope and the aspiration of opportunities. And so my first question will be going to Bilkisu. So Bilkisu, from your context, what is it like in Nigeria today to first have digital access, then the opportunity of work, and is there really any cultural thing that could be a barrier or an opportunity?
All right, thank you so much, Dolapo. Having access to technology in Nigeria for a person with disability, and especially for women with disabilities, is quite tiring, and there's a whole lot of challenges. I would like to share I like sharing my story because it's what I have gone through. It's like a first-class thing for me. Getting access to job opportunities is always difficult, where there's a lot of barrier. People will not want to employ a woman with disability like me. And there's a whole lot of issue. Having access to technology is also a lot of issue. I would say technology for me is what I learned by myself because I'm the only female. I'm the youngest female among about 5 brothers. So it was very easy because I have brothers that have access to technology. So it was learned from home. So whatever it is I'm doing with the technology is a learned thing. But getting employment opportunity is always a thing. Maybe I would like to share that later as we go on. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Bilkisu. Gabriel, I'm coming to you next. And it's really to look a bit closer at that cultural context based on the work that happens at Plan. Are there really cultural contexts that could present barriers or highlight opportunities for underserved persons?
Thank you very much, Dolapo. Yeah, in terms of our experience, Plan International, as a development and humanitarian organization, and working across Nigeria, the context actually differs from the different parts of the country. There are some areas like in the north where you have very more stringent social norms around access to some of these digital tools that we're talking about. And even when they exist, marginalized populations are actually do not have access or are not allowed based on due to social norms to be able to interact and use those tools. It's a little different in the southern part of the country. So you have those kind of disparities too across the country. Also, of course, you also have barriers like education, like we all know, which also militates quite more against how marginalized populations are able to access and use tools in question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gabriel. And even the dichotomy of opportunity from the point of view of barriers and opportunities, just from the point of view of whether you're in the northern part or the southern part of this great country of ours. Shifting a bit from the people to the technology itself. So, Okwalu, I'm coming to you. Where barriers, opportunities, what's the real story? You are wearing the hat of a person with disability yourself, leading is an institution that provides assistive tech and also provides training. What's your lens on this matter around barriers, opportunities? The documentary we've watched and what Bilkisu and Gabriel have just said.
Okay, thank you, Dolakbo. Okay, so you would have also added that with my background in history, because I actually studied history. So it's, sorry, I didn't get the name of the gentleman who spoke before me, but he scratched.
Gabriel.
Oh, Gabriel, oh good, I met him, okay. So Gabriel has already scratched the surface very well. But there's, I think at the beginning, Grace said something about intersectionality. Was it Grace? No, the lady who spoke before the Sterling lead person. Before the lady
Madam
from
Hilda.
Sterling. Yes. She talked about intersectionalities. And, you know, there's gender. There are roles that are supposed to be played by women and not supposed to be played by women, because that's also very, the nots are really more important than the things you should do. But coming down to technology, again, it's about the thinking. There are things that are expected of you as a person with disability. The cultural thing is you're supposed to be sitting in one place and everybody does everything for you. And everybody tells you how to do the things you want to do and tells you exactly what you cannot do, including even marriage. People tell you how you cannot marry so person and all those kind of things. So they happen. And then coming to the modern age, the barriers come in terms of employment, education. It's still the same thing about what you are not supposed. A lot of it has to do with awareness. People do not know. Many things have changed. Technology has changed the way people function, the way society as a whole functions, the opportunities that are there. But many people still do not know about these things. And it's not just people who don't have a disability. Even in the disability community, a lot of persons with disabilities do not know. So it's a continuum of enlightenment. And when we come into technology, if you don't have the attitude from the beginning of thinking about different users, when you create technology, it's not going to work. With particular reference, if we look at digital platforms that are designed by Nigerians, they are usually not inclusive. People look at, oh, I saw one site, Google, there's this thing that dances on the Google website, how can we get it? And they look for it. Sometimes those things are actually accessibility features, but sometimes they are not even acceptable, or there are alternatives to them to ensure that there is accessibility. Now, the person who is looking for the dancing thing doesn't know the alternative. So he creates whatever he thinks it looks like a Google website. And then when it comes to function, it doesn't function like that. Because the cultural background, technology culture in this case, is not there, it's not contextualized. So we have to look at it from that angle. If we are going to look at barriers, the culture is one, our gender is another, disability thinking is another, and then our attitude to technology.
Thank you, Apwe. Our attitude to technology. If you want to applaud, please do. And then I will be coming to you a little later to even the builders of tech. Yes, you've touched on it. How even their cultural lens does not, they don't even prepare for us because we're not even expected to even want to use it, you know. And I'm not sure it's not a matter of how dare you even aspire to use it sometimes. But let's come to, now we have access to the technology. At least some have had. Some have risen above the biases in culture. Some have leveraged opportunities that are present by some of the organizations that support in this group. And then you are now confronted with this organization you want to go to. And you know, things have shifted. I'd like to remind us about, in the documentary, someone said that at the time, all they thought was possible was to write out together your CV, print it, and go knocking from gate to gate. Did we all hear that, yes or no? When I heard that, I was like, who still does that? But okay. Now, it just means that that digital access is now there for HR, so I'm sure you know who I'm coming to next. So the question is, the research has shown that 9 in 10 hiring models do not leverage technology to search for underserved persons. It's true that most organizations now are looking to diversifying their workforce. So they are actively looking for talents from underserved communities. But the HR pool is not looking for underserved community through digital platforms. Why is this the case? Or why do you think this is the case? Because you cannot answer for everyone, madam. But also, what are the things that you are already doing based on your experience that other HR professionals could learn from? I can pass a mic.
Okay. All right. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Good. I think we're in afternoon now. I noticed that we just jumped right into the session. So let me also borrow a leaf from Grace and introduce myself. I'm also chocolate and caramel. I'm wearing a multicolored jacket. I hear it's called Joseph of many colors, you know. And I also share a school with Bilkis. We found out earlier today I am a graduate or alumni of Ahmadu Bello University. So that I don't take too much time, because Dolapo has also warned me that we don't speak too much and talk plenty at this session. First of all, I'll start by saying inclusion isn't just a moral obligation. It's a strategic advantage, and many people don't know how to tap into that. Now, speaking from an employer perspective, because a lot of times we only focus on HR as the drivers of building inclusive practices and all of that. And that's why in itself, it doesn't go far. It has to cascade from the top. I would focus more on the barriers in answering your question on inclusive hiring. The first one is unconscious bias. Many of us do not know that we have biases unconsciously. And many times, for example, during interviews, a lot of people leverage on gut feeling. You're interviewing somebody, you like the way the person looks already, check. The person speaks like you, check. The person went to your school, check. Ivy League university, check. And unconsciously, you settle to hire that person. What you've done is that you've removed a host of other people in this context, the marginalized community, from accessing that role. You're not focusing on any other thing aside the fact that you have gut feeling. Resume screening tools don't filter properly sometimes because you've put some codes, some words that already pick people that are similar to you. So you have to be deliberate, even with understanding and recognizing your biases. The second one, I will talk about narrow talent pipelines. Once again, we're focusing, I remember a time when we were looking for work. If you don't have 2-1 first class, that's even not talking about the marginalized community. Now you're opening the pool to say you want to be able to hire people living with disabilities, people in IDPs, and women, right, who don't have access to technology. Then it means that your talent pool has to be wider. Even in the job descriptions, the way you position your job descriptions, there has to be more inclusive languages inserted there. I would stop and say then the last one would be rigid job requirements, where we're focusing on must-have rather than it's possible this person doesn't have it. And I'll use, for example, when we talk about some job descriptions, we say must be hardworking, must be energetic, must be passionate, you're already describing in some instances a particular gender. You know, you're already describing in some instances even intellectual capacity and focusing on that. There's also a part we don't talk about, neurodivergent people who bring a lot to the table, and there are some specific roles that they do better in than others. roles in technology that require a lot of thinking out of the box. So I would say to your question, these are some of the barriers from an employer's perspective that we need to be a bit more conscious of. The last one, of course, as I cue out, will be that we need to focus, we don't have a lot of partnerships, whether at government level, policymakers, and even people that would drive that change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. And that definitely deserves a round of applause. And then what I take from there also is we need to invest in building pipelines, right? Pipelines of talent, so that by the time the positions open up, people are already more or less ready to plug and play. So that would remind us all that there are policies, there are quotas, there are instruments of law that enable opportunities for marginalized groups. So Razak, I'm coming to you. From your lens as someone who has been actively shaping these conversations for some time now, 5 years plus, why do we still have so many barriers? Why are opportunities not leveraged enough? Why are there opportunities like what the work that is being done with Jobberman? And why is it so difficult to transit from giving those skills and placing marginalized groups in work?
Interesting. Thank you very much. Maybe I'll also start by kind of describing myself. I'm putting on a kind of purple shirt and a black trousers. To keep it simple like that. But in terms of the question you ask around policy and around where the barriers fit, I think there are some background that probably we are not looking at, and probably we also need to take a back step to that. So as much as we want people to develop technology, the question we also ask is, why are persons with disability not part of the people developing the technology itself? So if you then want to look at it from that lens, the question you then start asking is, how many people with disabilities are allowed to study STEM? I listened to Tammy when she was talking about women in STEM, and I was asking myself, Tammy, you will likely not find women with disability in that space. I mean, particularly for those girls with disabilities, because the education system, as one way or the other, exclude people with disability from taking STEM courses. That's number one. And if you take that even to university, I remember one of the colleagues, a friend, a senior friend who works with MasterCard Foundation, who did pharmacy, and she was talking about the fact that many times even in university, a lot of time university system will tell you, you're a person with disability, special education. In 2019, I'll take that forward. When we conducted a labor market assessment, Nigeria, Kenya, Uganda, Bangladesh. So it's not just a Nigerian conversation. In Nigeria, for example, 62% of persons with disabilities who have graduated from universities only study art-related courses. In Kenyatta University specifically, 98% of people with disability who are there are only studying 2 courses: special education and community rehabilitation. And then if you go to Uganda, it's the same thing, where you have them studying almost the same set of courses. So we've come to a reality that we need to start taking a back step to bridging the gap right from education and not thinking about it at an ad hoc stage. That's the first point. The second reality has to do with the fact when it comes to policies. And I mean, the last speaker talked about the partnership. How are we thinking about policies and partnership? We've realized that some of the barriers we've got when it comes to persons with disabilities and employers are of the opinion that they want to do, but they lack how to do it. So who is bridging the gap of supporting employers in the part of how to? Because oftentimes we say, they discriminated against me. I feel segregated and all the big English. But the reality comes to the fact that people who continue to discriminate unconsciously because they don't know how to. And when people don't know how to, even though you say ignorance is not an excuse, If I don't know how to do certain things, I'll be scared of doing it. It's not everybody who is bold and who is willing to come out like the few companies we have today who says, we want to, tell us how to. The third part, we need to incentivize the system. And in incentivizing those systems, we need to think about how do we incentivize a system that it balances all. If employers need to employ persons with disability, unfortunately, the popular statement is, oh, we purchasing reasonable accommodation or purchasing assistive technology is expensive. I know Nigerian government recently launched something called the Access to Work scheme. Let's hope that over time it will be implemented. But we need to think about how do I support a Sterling or a TVC or other companies who are thinking of inclusion to reduce the burden on them. Because this is what the likes of UK government, for example, is doing. This is what even countries that are not up to Nigeria, Zambia, for example, is doing, where they are using policy to encourage. So what does that do? They bring in things as simple as if you employ many people with disability, I take tax rebate off you, right? And what that means is it's not just on persons with disability, the employer is also benefiting from the process. Lastly, partnership and collaboration is very fundamental if we need to bridge those barriers. And those partnerships need to come between all actors. So I was sitting down and I was asking, one of the questions you're asking, if I need to get pool of talent with disability, will a Jobberman platform and other recruitment platform collect data of persons with disability? So if I'm going to Jobberman or other platform, I mean, Jobberman has been the senior brother for many platforms in Nigeria. So they are the best known, and we must acknowledge that, right? So if you go to Jobberman, and I'm applying on Jobberman, and I'm putting my application there, because I know a couple of times Jobberman will go into their field service and said, let's look for talent because company says they want to. Is Jobberman collecting data of disability? And if Jobberman is doing that, how is Jobberman also using their power and influence to influence other actors in that space? So with that, it is easy. XYZ company is not looking for talent, and they have to go to Project Enable, go to Access Tech, go to Site Savers, go to other companies. They can easily reach out to them because that's the most sustainable way we need to think about this. So this would be my immediate response to your question.
Thank you, Razak. And thank you, Jobberman, for the acknowledgement of the great work you're already doing. And you can see there's a call to action embedded in what Razak just said, right? There's a call to do much more. Did you hear it? Yes or no? Are you ready to do it? Absolutely. So thank you for that, Razak. And I would run back to Opwe. So there was that challenge that Razak threw out, like how many of us, because it's us, right? And we always say there's nothing about us without us. How many of us are actively building this tech, or even volunteering to test tech, or showing up in tech spaces, whether we're invited or not, or showing value when we do show up, so that at least, even if we're not part of concept, we are part of alpha or beta rounds of testing, so that before it really goes to market, whatever we are developing that is homegrown solutions, because many people are getting funding to target underserved communities. That's why we've gotten this big drive, especially in fintech, for example. How are we making sure that we're beyond teaching people the tech skills themselves? What about the soft skills that makes them think about, I could be a tester, I could give feedback. Why you're not holding brief for all of us persons with disability, don't be afraid. But really, what can you really say to us about being active participants in the solutions we want to see?
Okay, yes. Thank you, Dolapo, for this question. I will confess that it's a question that keeps me wide awake at night most times. And Emanuela, my wife who is here, will definitely corroborate. These are things I've always talked about. The major thing about inclusion, because that's where it all starts from and ends with, is that inclusion is a two-way road. the society wants to include, but the person to be included too has to adopt certain things that will make them inclusive. Is it includable or inclusive or whatever?
Includable is fine.
Okay. I didn't want to use inclusive because it sounds a bit inactive. Includable. So people have to work, and that is one of the core reasons why we exist as a company. It was because of these kind of things. Razak said a lot of people with disabilities are not in tech. They are, but they are in, like devices like the refreshable braille device. People like, I know quite a few of them in that space who developed those devices, and they are blind. I was in the US some time ago. I was shown a rocket that was designed by blind engineers, and NASA actually flew it to test it for them. So these things are possible. They are all over the place. But now, our space in Nigeria, let's come back to our context. Our educational system, we've talked about it among the barriers already. Razak himself mentioned it. You see, when a person is constantly barraged and bombarded with you cannot do, it takes a lot of effort to be able to fight it. It's like software and hardware. You are hardware. If the software in you is not good, you can't deliver the potentials in your hardware nature. It's just as simple as that. So it's a gradual process. But again, I'll say in this country, Nigeria, if you really, really are ready to look, there are a lot of persons with abilities in tech. I mean, talking about tech from different angles, the digital tech, the non-digital tech. We have Madek, Cosmos Okoli, who was making wheelchairs back there. And about a few years ago, I still gave him a challenge, and he met up to it in designing local tricycles. I know web designers in this country. I was reading an article on one of the digital platforms, I think Tech Cabal, and I came across names I didn't even realize existed in Nigeria in software coding and things like that, and they were people with disabilities. I had to start writing those names down and going on Google to Google them so I can collect those data. So there are so many people doing so many things, but they need to be encouraged. They need to be brought out to the limelight. They need to be recognized. And that is one point we have to start with. So it's not like incentivizing. If people don't have an incentive for doing something, whether they are disabled or non-disabled, they won't do it. So in Nigeria, the system fights persons with disabilities. So I'm making a case that we are not afraid of tech. We are ready to take it up. I personally have done a lot in tech. I mean, it's all there online for people to know. So, the colleague, or Dolakwa has a colleague in Mastercard Foundation, and Victor Ekomi, and she was telling me his can-do attitude is something that has been wowing her. There are so many other people standing up. But we have to keep this process on. Now there's a demand.
Yes.
People want to employ persons with disabilities. So there's a demand. There are not enough people with disabilities to be employed. An elevator conversation between two people, I wasn't part of them, led to a lady getting a job. So what are you doing? I'm an accountant, but getting a job. Oh, no, don't say that. Please keep it up. And then an opportunity comes, and the person who was telling her, please don't give up, send the opportunity to her. She applied, and wow, yeah, I've got the job, ma. Oh, I'm so happy. Because that feeling that you're not going to be accepted. So there's this thing they call, this statement they make on a lot of foreign platforms concerning employment, that we are an equal opportunities employer, and persons with disabilities are encouraged to apply. How many Nigerian companies have such statements? Even the Nigerian government does not have it.
Thank God government is in the room. So we're coming to you, government.
Oh, thank you. And I'll say one more thing.
Yes.
About last year, there's this 3MTT program by the Ministry for Digital Economy.
Yes.
And they threw the application open. Okay? Persons with disabilities applied. A company that trains persons with disabilities applied to be a trainer. Okay, so the company was not contacted naturally because they didn't imagine it was possible. Persons with disabilities were onboarded and then sent to learn skills that the people who were supposed to design the curriculum didn't even realize that persons with disabilities are going to come. So they were left out of the classes. Personally, I've written letters to that ministry about it. They've all been ignored, which is not unusual. If we are not deliberate about what we are going to do, if the people who make policies in Nigeria are still going to continue thinking that persons with disabilities cannot be in tech, it's going to be very difficult for the people with disabilities to even get the opportunities to learn, let alone to get involved. Thank you.
And that's passion speaking, right? So I'm glad that policymakers are in the room. This is my opportunity to remind the audience that you will be joining this conversation very, very shortly. I hope you are taking notes about what you want to share with us and questions you might want to throw to us. So please be ready. In another few minutes, the audience engagement will start. What I can take from what Okoye has said is above and beyond the incentives that must come to organizations and companies or structures to want to hire talents with disabilities. There's also the part that persons with disabilities are already embracing this journey anyway, and then the pathways to even get there by people with disabilities training appropriately to get our community ready for the digital space, being actively involved in upskilling programs. That gap still stays there, but again, there is the undeniable energy of Nigerians and Nigerians with disabilities. So I'm coming to you, Bilkisu. Sometimes, whether it's convenient or not, we have done our bit to even learn ourselves, show up when you see an opportunity. Could you, from your lived experience, share a bit of what you have learned, leveraging digital skills, what opportunity for work it has actually given to you, no matter how short, and what you want to tell any other person so that we will not use the excuse that they are not ready for me, that's why I did not come. Because you demonstrate very clearly that with the appropriate grit, you can leverage what is possible to show up with something. Bilkisu.
All right, thank you so much, Dolapo. After my secondary school, my parents were asking, a lot of people are learning skills, tailoring, fashion day, what can you do? And then I heard about technology. Then I don't have access to phone. So I told my mom I want to learn computer. She said, computer care. I say yes. So she paid, and I went for 6 months training. So after the training, there was a neighbor of mine who give people job. So then I'm finding it difficult to get access to to the university. So I pleaded with him, can you use my O-level to get major? He said, no, you cannot work. Nobody can employ you. You know that you don't have a skill. So I told my mom that I can work with the computer. So instead of this man to help me get the job, rather he bought an umbrella for me to sell recharge card at the front of the house. So it was like frustrating because I really know that I have talent in me. I have potential I really want to explore. So one day a customer came with a car and he said, my madam is looking for somebody who is a computer, who can type very fast. I said, I can do it. He said, you don't have legs. And I told the person, I think I started my advocacy from there, that everything is not about leg. Because I remember growing up, my mom would always tell me, there's nothing wrong with your head. It's just your leg. So ensure that you bring out that talent. So the man took me.
That's amazing family support there, yes. Right there. Amazing family support. Yeah. So shout out to Bilkisu's mom, wherever you are.
So the man said, okay, get dressed, tomorrow I'll take you to my madam. So I went there, the woman without even asking, just because I'm a person with disability. She said, what can you do? I said, I can type, and I'm very fast with my skills. She said, okay, please give her work. So while others are struggling, trying to look for the key, I've already finished about 3 pages of my typing. And she was saying, wow, but now, how do I employ you? Who will be bringing you to work? And I told her that my mom trained me to be independent. She trained me to believe that I don't need people to survive. I need to survive on my own. So she said, okay, tomorrow you can resume. And I came to the job. But one thing, there's always this discrimination. There's always this barrier. When they are giving order, because it's actually a public, business center where they produce newspaper and all that. It's a graphic design company. So why they give others things to do, they don't give it to me because I'm a person with disability. So what I do when I see works on the table, maybe a flyer, I try to replicate what I saw. And one day she came and said, what is this? I said, who designed this? I said, I'm the one. So from that time henceforth, she started giving me job to do. But there's also another diversion to it also. Instead of giving other work to do, now there's a whole lot of workload on my table. And they are paying me a little amount. So there's a whole lot of discrimination, challenging. And if there's anything at all, they will say, Blikisu, you know we are doing you a favor.
What?
Yeah.
What?
If I complain,
What?
they said they are doing me a favor because as a person with disability, I was not supposed to be employed. So because now they've employed me, they're doing me a favor by giving me the job. So, and thank God I have access to a computer, I have access, then I was able, my first salary, I used it to get myself a small phone, so I was browsing. I started expanding my knowledge by myself. And then I have other opportunity, and by God's grace, my admission came out, and they said, I said, I've gotten admission. They said, I said, AB Uzaria. I said, AB Uzaria, who gave you the admission?
So
there was a whole lot of discriminations, trying to put me down, but I never let it affect me.
Woohoo! Woohoo! Bilkisu, I'll pause you there, and we will come to a reality of lived experience now from the point of view of the employer. An organization's management could set a strategic direction to say that we are inclusive in this organization. But then you now meet the team members. Did the madam not hire her? Yes or no? Was the madam there when the other co-staff are saying we are doing you a favor? So there's the responsibility, and this comes back to HR. The company strategic direction is in place. It is announced publicly. You've even gone through the rigors of hiring qualified talents with disabilities, because from the committee we say, please don't hire us out of charity. We're saying that we have competent people that can meet the skills you're looking for. Okay, now you've hired us. How do you make sure we're safe to perform in this organization that has said we're welcome, but surrounded by team members who think we don't have business there?
Thank you, Dolapo. And please bear with me. I'm going to use two stories to articulate your response. Many years ago, in the early part of my HR journey, we were recruiting for software developers because I worked in a tech environment then. And a few of they had done, online interviews and all of that. And they were meeting the head of HR. And I noticed a flurry of activities. Some people were running in and out of my office, and somebody came to the office and said, Ma, there's a candidate at the reception who looks different. So I was wondering... Different how? I said, okay, is there a problem? And he said, no, it's a lady, but she looks different. You understand. So I wasn't sure. I tried to peek out. I had the window, glass that I could see, but I couldn't see clearly. So this lady walks in. She actually walked in, but she was dressed in a full black hijab. So, of course, with my background in the North, I understood, I grew up with Northerners. And she said to talk, brilliant lady. She knew her onions. She was a sound software engineer. But we didn't hire her. And the reason we didn't hire her was that the organization at that time was not mature enough for her to thrive. And I understood that. I also, in retrospect, many times, which is one of the reasons I am committed on this journey, said maybe I should have fought more. Maybe I should have gone and dropped my, told the CEO, if you don't hire her. But there was a note of warning in my head that it seemed I'll be the only one understanding.
The lone voice.
A lone voice. Now, fast forward many years after, I now was deliberate in my own knowledge. I'm a DIB specialist because I wanted to understand what it meant to talk about diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. So I knew I had a voice. At TVC Communications, one of the first things I did, or with the leadership team, we instituted and formalized a TVC Women's Network. And that was one of the reasons in terms of ensuring you have female representation across all the levels within the organization. Then, coincidentally, I went to a conference 2 years ago. I was telling Razak, and I heard him speak brilliantly. And it's, aha, next step, partnership. Luckily or coincidentally, or maybe you say stars align, Stanford Edge and I started conversing. And then the conversation started. Now, you can't say that you want to change or you want to drive change without being intentional as an individual, without affecting change. Now, Stanford Edge has submitted the report. Now, before then, even TVC Communications, we have inclusive practices. So consciously, even in our ways to hire, our job descriptions, and being more intentional with the team, this language you're focusing is looking at this is more male-dominated. It's already excluding people. You have to be deliberate. Now, at the organization level, at leadership level, I remember being in the meeting with somebody, and one person was saying, would they pay us to hire people living with disabilities? If I didn't empower myself to be able to educate that person, I would have gotten angry and walked out. But I didn't. I just said, okay, I know you need more education. So educating people, training people, having those conversations, recognizing unconscious bias, myths and misconceptions, like Bill Kisu said. Many people just shut down when they see a person living with disability and think that they have a mental disability, and it doesn't translate to that. So you have to be intentional. Yes. You have to be deliberate as individuals. You have to be a person of courage, and an organization that wants to influence that change and be deliberate with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. Grace, please get ready. I'm going to give Razak and Gabriel 1 minute each. Again, the onus is on us, persons with disabilities, to be ready. The support we need for that readiness to be able to plug into opportunities. Razak, how do we get ready with the easier things to use, the tools to use? I know you have at least one story to share in a minute. And Gabriel, what would you like to contribute to this? And Grace, immediately Gabriel is done, we give you the floor to support us to coordinate the audience. Thank you.
Yeah, so it's a three-pronged approach. For persons with disability, pretty clear. We often use the word there is ability, and I think I've often said this. Ability will not translate into nothing. It's productivity people will pay for.
Yes.
So if it is productivity without skills and attitude, we will not get it. As for employers, the willingness is clear. Like one of my friends, the director at Guinness once said, leadership willingness is good, but cultural transition is very important.
Yes.
Every organization that wants to take the journey needs to stay from there. As for civil society organization, confrontation would not change. Conversation is the only way out. And as for HR recruiters who are in the room, let's all keep this in mind. It's not a sprint. This conversation, it's a marathon.
It's a marathon.
The more we go, the more we can say. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Gabriel.
Yeah. I think to just add to what Razak has said, it was obvious that, I mean, if anybody that has the interest and has the skill to do a work deserve to be able to give them the opportunity to do that work. And for organizations like Plan International, we recognize this, and we ensure through trainings at different levels of engagement with marginalized populations that we provide those kind of opportunities. I mean, permit me to say, like, as an organization, we're very conscious of gender equality and social inclusion. It's one of our core strategies in Plan International. And for us, every year, we take courses in power, privilege, and bias, all staff. And we ensure that even if you've done it last year, in the next year, there'll be a refresher course, you know, so as to ensure and enshrine those inclusion attitude, you know, among staff. And that has really, really helped us as an organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel. Over to you, Grace. Sorry, what's happening? Grace? Ah, okay. Okay, so while I wait for Grace to jump in, so audience, this is your opportunity. For anyone who'd like to contribute, say something, share a story, hold brief on the policy side, answer for government. Yes, Grace will support us to coordinate.
Yes, I'm right here, Dolapo.
Thank you, Grace.
Please put your hands together for the panelists, the moderator, for such a robust conversation. I see a lot of hands going up already. So we're going to keep our questions or contributions, we're going to limit it to at least a minute. 1 minute, all right? So, okay, let's take numbers.
And we would like to take everything before we come back to the panel.
Yes, you take everything before we come back to the panel. So let's take a quick count. The first 5, I'm starting here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So we start with that. No. I said we will start with the first 5. Unfortunately, I was looking the other way, okay, my sister? But I'll be back to you for number 6. I promise you that. All right? Although you're sitting on number 8 table, but you're number 6. All right, so let's go. Number 1. 1 minute, please. Thank you.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
My name is Lois Auta from the Network of Women with Disabilities. To all the panelists, thank you. So my recommendation is we should work on the 3 A's, which are action, accountability, and accessibility. Under action, we need to have an employment policy in our various organizations. This will deal with the issues of discrimination. And we also need to be accountable to graduates with disabilities. We need to have access to everything and everywhere at the workplaces. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lois.
Thank you very much. I'm sure that is noted. Number 2. Right there. Yeah. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Demia Fanel from Abuja Association of the Deaf. I appreciate the organizers for this work, for the wonderful work they have been doing. Before my comments, please, I have an observation to say about the screen that is placed at the front. We deaf uses our eyes for our ears, not our ears. At the front of the screen, a black structure was placed, which is a barrier to the deaf to see the screen. And we are at the back. I think for the next time you'll be able to help us adjust that. So concerning the discussion that has been happening since, thank you, excellent word. But in the area of creating awareness, I'm surprised that we still have issue of inclusion, awareness creation, often again discrimination. Why can't we create a platform that we make it accessible to all schools in Nigeria, where they will teach us about inclusion and inclusion of persons with disability? People need to be familiar with disability in the society. The platform that we are working from the school, university, colleges, health centers, and coming back to the sign language issues, stories have been said about that.
You have 20 more seconds.
Okay. If the organizers can, if the organizations cannot employ interpreters, why don't they train their staffs on the issue of sign language, and it will make it easier for deaf to have access to communications? Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is noted. And we apologize for the pillar that is blocking the screen. I'm sure the interior decorator has taken note of that. Who is my number 3? I saw that hand right here. You, sir. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and the distinguished panelists. I want to appreciate you people for at least bringing out time for this kind of a robust discussion. The Jobber Man and Mastercard Foundation, I want to appreciate you all. Mine is a question, and the question goes to us. I'm Donatus Ochonogo by name, from Ministry of Communication, Innovation, and Digital Economy. Yeah. Okay, I'm Donatus Ochonogo from Ministry of Communication, Innovation, and Digital Economy. Mine is a question, and the question goes to us. How can technology be harnessed to promote employment inclusive for marginalized populations? And what policy and social framework are necessary to ensure it narrows rather than widen inequality? Thank you.
If you want to direct your question to any of the panelists, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to appreciate the distinguished panelists for that insightful contributions that they have made. I'm Kende Ogunbiton from the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities. From one of the panelists, Mr. Razak, made mention of the National Access to Framework. National Access Scheme for Work for Persons with Disabilities is a document that National Commission for Persons with Disabilities launched January, and it's all about ensuring that persons with disabilities, they have access to job opportunities in the private sector. And it's all about providing assistive devices, trainings, and all of that, that will enhance their inclusion in the employment sector, in the employment in the private sector. Just 2 days ago, the Commission just inaugurated the committee, the special committee that will implement that access to work scheme. And I would like to say that there is more to this. It requires a form of intergovernmental collaboration, because Commission cannot do it. Ministry of Digital Communication and Economy alone cannot do it. It has to be more of collaborative efforts. Like what Mr. Razak said, is a marathon. The more we all see ourselves as a major stakeholder in this, the more it will be more inclusive for everyone, and the more we provide solutions. Thank you.
And I'm glad that both of you in the room, please make sure you see yourselves, and please see them too.
Exactly. And the last 5, then we go back to the panel and continue the next. So you are number 5, yes. Mr. Festus.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, distinguished panelists. My name is Festus Ote. I'm a minority rights researcher, and I work with the Inclusive Friends Association as a research and legal officer. That's my boss over there, Madam Grace.
Well done.
All right, I have 2 questions to ask, one generally to the panelists and the other to Madam Kemi. And the first one is, while I was watching the documentary, one of the persons with disabilities who were interviewed actually said that she uses tech and she prefers to use her phone because it actually concedes her disability.
Impairment, yes.
So it got me thinking, because as a person with disability, I've also experienced discrimination in finding work and things like that. And I know that for persons with disabilities, isolation is not a choice, it's a condition. We have been conditioned to become very reserved and isolated in a way that you have to make so much effort to actually come out and put yourself there. So my question to the panelists is this: given that within the disability community, being isolated and working with tech in your room computer is our best friend, because we just like being alone, how can we ensure that remote work does not strengthen or continue to mainstream disability and the consequences in this context, isolation? My second question to Madam Kemi would be, please, is it even possible for us to come to a place where there will be such time where we can use only lived experiences of marginalized groups, in this context, persons with disabilities, in place of job experience, to actually give them a work?
Thank you very much, Festus. So we come back to the panel. Madam Dolapo,
yes.
Take it away.
So, Madam Kemi, you've been nominated, and I'll come to Razak to speak to policy shapers that are in the room from the Ministry of Communication, Digital Economy and Innovation, as well as from the our commission, the Disability Commission. So Razak will go after Madam Kemi. Yes. And then we'll take additional questions and I'll come to other panels. Thank you, Grace.
Okay, thank you very much, Dolapo. Can the mic be given back to Mr. Festus? I want to be sure. That's your name, right? I want to be sure that I got the last part of your question. Should I speak broadly on that and another question that had been raised before? Yes.
Yes.
The specific question to me.
Yes. The question is, how do we ensure that lived experiences can be used in place of work experience to actually give jobs to qualified persons with disabilities?
Okay, I think I touched on that a bit earlier, which is why I said initially, for a long time, most of the job descriptions, requirements are heavy on the type of school you went, the qualification, years of experience. But now, and we may say that there are many factors that are changing that. Globalization, the JAPA, which has put a lot of pressure on even your talent pool. Now, employers who are thinking or working with the future of now, or future of work as it is, are thinking broadly. Therefore, the emphasis or the focus has changed on all those things I mentioned. And most organizations are forward thinking, are refining the structure to what they want in a candidate. Which is therefore, for example, Temi mentioned the momship program that Sterling Bank does. And the specific focus for them was women who had gaps in their employment, who were nursing mothers, who were people living with disabilities, who did not have the facilities to come to work, on a daily basis. And that was why that particular initiative was birthed. What this tells you is that organizations are being deliberate on thinking out of the box in terms of, is it until you have 20 years experience? I've seen an interview reel of someone who went for an interview and there was a gap in their employment history. And of course, usual, typical hiring managers were going to critique that gap. But the response of the person was, oh, I've been working hard with little humans, managing a household, specifically explaining their experience, even in that process of not being gainfully employed. So I think the challenge is to more employers to, through the HR team, HR has always been thrown on under the bus
so
here.
keep an open mind.
Yes, keep an open mind. Understand that people are different and people are bringing these unique differences to the workspace. So yes, you may need 15 years work experience on paper, and I've met people with 15 years work experience that don't translate to the quality of their experience. And I've met and interviewed and worked and hired people who are fresh from school, but broad-minded, energetic, well, I'm using energetic again, but in this context, in terms of being deliberate about the value they bring to the job. So I would challenge organizations to redefine, refine, and renew their job descriptions, their requirements, to be less heavy on all those verbose things that we add, rather on the quality of the hire. I hope that answers your question.
Yes.
Thank you very
Madam
much.
Kemi. To our beloved audience, we want to assure you this is not a disability conversation, please. This is a conversation about underserved communities, whether it's internally displaced people, persons with disabilities, young persons who have just not even had the right kind of opportunity. And I'm going to give Razak the opportunity to answer the questions that have been thrown up by two MDAs in the House, because I'm sure a lot of good work has happened. So Razak, what's going on?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the question is around policy from the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy. The reality is, oftentimes, there are plenty works that, development actors have done when it comes to these conversations around policy, several research, tools. The concern just seems to be the fact that maybe they are not used or they are not studied. That's one. But beyond that, the second part is you cannot design policies for people you don't know. And we've seen instances where people are writing policies from the lens, from their own lens, and not from the lens in which that policy is supposed to kind of support.
Like end user perspective.
The real end users. So we also need to probably start asking, maybe there's need for more engagement with those relevant ministries like yours, and probably a better collaboration between a ministry like yours and the National Commission for Persons with Disability. For example, we've talked about access to work scheme, but I also know that the Commission has a role to support things like assistive technology. So how is the ministry and the Commission working together to support the work, for example, what Access Tech is doing, or even supporting local production of assistive technology? So we need to find better ways of synergy and leveraging on existing documents and tools that could further help the work that you're both doing. But lastly, just to talk, add a bit to what Festus actually raised. I think it's also about how we communicate this. And this has to go to young persons in the group. This is not about persons with disability alone, or even women, young women. I think it's about how you communicate what you have done or what you can do.
Or the value you bring to the organization.
Or the value you bring. So why do I bring this? I remember there was a time I was actually getting a role, moving from an early career to a mid-career. And someone was asking me, what leadership role or tell me example of leadership capacity you've taken, because I can look at your CV here and I'm not seeing something that I would probably say. So tell me more, because CV don't tell all the stories. And all I have to say is, oh, thank you. Many years ago, my dad died. I'm the first child. I have to take a leadership position of taking care of my siblings, guiding them, and doing what my dad should have done, and providing that experience of how they will. Today, XYZ is this, XYZ is that. That is an example of you demonstrating what you can, not having to do with. So I've seen instances where, and I got the job. But so it's all about how you tell the story. And so it's important, probably as part of what the skills, as much as digital skills is important. In fact, I do tell people, I will give a child 40% of tech skills, and I'll give that child 60% of soft skills. Yes. Because I've come to realize, if you have a lack of technical skills and you cannot communicate it and work within teams, then that skills is not going to take you anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're calling attention to the fact that, yes, this panel will be wrapping up soon. Yes. I know Grace promised some additional people, so we'll take that.
Yes.
And then, please, for everyone else that Grace does not take please write it down. I know the organizers are committed to making sure that every question will not go unanswered. It might come through an email blast with everything. Online people, we did not forget you. I believe you're there. Please drop your questions to Grace. Over to you.
Thank you, Dolapo. Interestingly, we're going to go into breakout sessions, and each room speaks to disability, speaks to women, speaks to IDP. So that's a better room or a better platform for you to even air more on what you still have, questions, concerns, and everything. My dear sister number 6, I have come to you. We're going to take just 3 more questions for the sake of time, and to allow us go into the breakout session to just talk and pour out our hearts, all right? 3 more questions from you, your number 6. I'm going to take more women this time around, number 7. And finally, I come to, permit me to be a little bit gender biased, number 8. And please keep your question to at least 1 minute. Let us go.
Okay, thank you.
Direct it to whoever you want to respond.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Grace. My name is Chema Kapis Eze. I'm a Girl and Women Speaks Ambassador. And, okay, we've been talking about policies. Dear panel, what about legislations? How do we get PWs to be part of the PWDs, sorry, thank you very much, to be part of the legislations? Can we have you people go up and take up political positions also? Because sometimes these legislations are made also to affect these legislations are meant affect you, this category of persons rather, and they are not even made with
with the PWDs in mind. Okay, so I don't know, I would really appreciate if we begin to have to vote for people with disabilities. I would definitely vote. And then also, I am a startup entrepreneur in the apicultural sector. I'm an apiarist. Now, how do we begin to know what I'm supposed to do if I'm setting up a factory and I have in mind to employ PWDs? Okay, now, I go online to know, okay, how am I supposed to set up a factory with PWDs in mind? I don't know. So I think that advocacy should also be put out there. We are the New Jersey employers rather. So I think we should start up employers should also be put in mind. Why the older employers in the industry are told to go ahead and have PWDs in their system, we, the startups, should also be encouraged to employ PWDs in the system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Number 7. Go ahead. Please keep your question to 1 minute.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Clementina.
Hello.
Okay, mine is really not a question, but a bit corrections on the terminologies we use here.
Yes.
As like my sister just did PWD.
We don't accept.
We don't accept that. We just call persons with disability. Yes. Also, we are not person living with disabilities, but persons with disabilities. So these terminologies must go forth as an advocacy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Noted. And our final question, number 8. Bring it this way. Keep it 1 minute.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Susan Iwoma. Yes. So my question is the intersection of age and employment. This is a very huge gap that needs to be addressed by the HR and other teams. How do we begin to look at the age bracket that are placed for employment, especially for marginalized groups and persons with disabilities? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan.
All right, so Dolapo,
yes,
back to you, and we hope to wrap up like in the next 3 minutes if it's possible,
yes,
and then take the conversation to the sessions.
To
And to acknowledge those of us who are in the overflow, I hear that we have overflow.
Oh, wow.
I mean, please clap your hands together for Jobberman. We have overflow, people who are watching and listening from outside, who also have their questions, and those online. So we're going to be addressing all of these questions. Now, 3 minutes.
3 minutes. So panel, that gives us 30 seconds each. And please, for everyone in the audience, if you still have anything burning to add, please write it down. Please, Grace, who do they pass it to? They send to you?
You can bring it to me.
Okay, thank you so much.
Or pass it to the ushers. You'll see them strategically placed in the
So I'm going to assume, so my panel, CEO, they've only given us 30 seconds each, of which I think I've used a bit of mine. But we're going to start from the extreme end and come through so that I get to wrap up and close the panel. What are your thoughts on the questions you've asked? Do you have any burning thing, a practical tip to give as we close?
All right. Thank you so much. To my sister number 6, they're saying that the new entrepreneur who are Gen Z, I think the time for us to act now. If you are thinking of employing persons with disability, ensure that your environment is made accessible. And there are assistive devices that persons with disability will be able to navigate their way through. And also, in giving them a task, ensure you ask them, if I give you the task, or just based on their capacity, their intellectual ability, give them the task you know they will be able to carry out. And also, as a person with disability, we have various time frames, so don't rush us. If you really want us to bring out the best in us, give us a time limit that will enable us to bring out that best in us, and you will enjoy us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Very well said.
Yeah, I think there are basic minimum standards for using to be able to engage, provide the conducive working environment for people with disabilities. And it is essential that you're able to get those standards and apply them in the design of your work, whatever it is, whether it's infrastructural or workspace related. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gabriel. Well said.
Okay, can I get a mic that's a bit more... Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Well, I have to shout, okay. I want to speak to the issue. Inclusion is the main thing. And inclusion cuts across persons with disabilities, marginalized people, the young people. In any case, there's none of these groups that are independent of each other. Yes. You find persons with disabilities among IDPs, you find young people who are persons with disabilities, you find people that age. Now, when we're looking at interventions, they have to capture everybody in it. And speaking to the ministries or employers who are thinking of drafting employment policies. Now, disability or marginalized people employment has nothing, it's not like you are going to scrap what you already have. It's just that you are going to include it, because if you want to design a new program altogether, you end up taking away some things from even the people you are trying to include. For example, I'm aware of so many MDs in this country that have employed people, persons with abilities, older people, young people, whatever category of vulnerable people they have employed. What they've done essentially is just to put them so they can tick a box. The employment policy must ensure, and that's the purpose for what you're doing, must always capture the fact that you want that person to be a part of the team. Not just someone you are just putting in so that it will look like you have the person. That person must be provided in that policy you're making. There must be provision for ensuring that that person is productive. I think that's what Razak said. So it's not just for you to employ somebody. The person does not have the skills nor the technology to do what they want to do. Whatever you are going to do, just add those to the existing policies you have. And I'm sure that person, those people you are putting in at that intervention will be well taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, Okalua.
All right. I'll try and sum it up very quickly. To the Gen Z employer in the room, I think your question has been handled in terms of ensuring that your facility is fit for purpose. And I'm speaking as someone who recently did that consciously. But you can't do that alone if you're not partnering with an organization, institution that has experience in guiding you through how to ensure that you have the right people working with you. On the issue of legislator, I know personally that representation matters, and many governors are actively now being conscious in having people with disabilities also being a part of the government, policy makers, and all of that. And the charge to everybody is, you have a voice, use your voice, speak up, and be a part of the conversation. I picked up on the feedback from the lady who said that we need to be a bit more careful with terminologies. Yes, we're all learning, and we will do better in understanding what is appropriate. So please give us grace and give people grace. And more importantly, let's just ensure that at the end of the day, the ends justifies the means. I picked on your question about age and discrimination. If you heard me when I started, and I'll respond in two parts. One, always be a person of value. Every employer at the end of the day is looking for people who are valuable, people who would add value to the bottom line. Every organization just wants to know, is it sustainable bottom line? So when the opportunity comes, be a person of value and showcase that value in your communication. Bilkis mentioned having been investing in computer skills, which showed up for her. Now, the second part of that is HR representatives at different levels are now being part of the conversation. So there are groups, there are conferences that most of us are attending, and these conversations are being had. A lot of us are now being more deliberate and intentional with redesigning our work environment. Yes, it may seem slow, and like Razak said, it's not a sprint. If you heard my story before, years ago this happened, but you have to now be intentional and not rush to the end, because you just want to make sure that you're cooking a good broth, and at the end of the day, more people can eat from that. So please have more trust in organizations that they're evolving. We will get there. These types of conversations change the narrative with work from Jobberman, MasterCard, and all the investment. So I would say be a person of value, trust that we're doing more to be more open in accepting more people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Kemi. And thank you, HR community.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will just say the following, just to wrap up my thought. Number one, as much as we are talking about technology gig work, please don't let us box persons with disabilities strictly to remote work. Remember, their mental health is also important. Number two, that is also important. Women, persons with disability, IDPs, invest in yourself. The little money you have, spend time to invest in yourself. Oftentimes, we are sometimes waiting for people to invest in us. The little we can do, technology has made some of those learning easy. With your data, you can learn online. Some platforms are free. Take advantage of it. Lastly, let's remember, self-stigma is more often between vulnerable groups. But we need to start helping vulnerable groups to start thinking from a point of self-confidence, self-esteem. You can see self-stigma, self-confidence, but there's one thing we need to do to help people build that self-confidence. It is the heart of storytelling. Let's tell more stories. The more stories we tell, the better narrative we can change. Thank you.
Thank you, Razak. I call our attention from first things, thank you so much for listening to us. I call our attention back to the documentary we watched, the statements that have been made, the fact that a lot of good work is already happening, and there is one platform that's coalescing multiple stakeholders to support solutions to move forward, and that's the Jobberman platform. So we thank you for putting that in place. Jobberman can support anyone who wants to get anything done, to connect you to the right place, the right person at the right time. So trust the process. Trust this platform, and with everyone's permission, I'd ask you to please applaud this amazing panel as I call us all up to take our pictures. Thank you, Grace. We're grateful
so much.
to be
Thank
here.
you. A resounding round of applause once again. Can we all come to just take like 2 steps forward, wheel yourself 2 steps forward, and just cluster together for the group photograph.
Oh, okay.
All right, Bilkisu, you can just scooch over. Perfect. Or can Bilkisu be in the middle, please? Thank you so much. And I would be calling on Hilda Kabushenga, the CEO of the Africa Talent Company, to join the group photograph. And also, yes, after this, then Hilda, you will join them. And Ahmed Alaga, Head of Operations at Tata, please, I would ask that you would join them. At TATC. Ahmed Alaga, Head of Program, TATC. And Hilda, please join them upstage. And by the power vested upon me as the MC, I'm going to be joining them as well. I don't know how far that picture will go. All right. Is Mr. Ahmed Alaga here yet? Please, go ahead. Join us. I'm right here. And also the representative of MasterCard Foundation, our partner, MasterCard Foundation, the representative, please, can you join us? Oh, perfect, perfect. Thank you very much. A resounding round of applause as they take their seats. Thank you so much. I'm sure some of us have filled our notepads. You've taken talking points. You've taken, you've taken note of things that you are going to be bringing up during the breakout session. Quickly, before we go into the breakout session, I would like to invite on stage for just a brief goodwill remark, We have the representative of the UN Women, Miss Patience Ikelba, my big auntie, Miss Patience Ikelba, UN Women Deputy Country Representative. Put your hands together for her as she takes her goodwill remark. Can someone put the podium up for us, please? Please come on.
Of Jobberman, representative of MasterCard, government partners here present, development partners, civil society, marginalized community, the media, ladies and gentlemen. It's really a pleasure to be here. I am representing Madam Beatrice Young, who would have really loved to be here, but she took ill just a day or two ago. But she has asked me to give you her warm regards. Because of the importance she places on this, she has asked me to actually represent her. But before I read her speech, I think I have been wowed today being here. As I listen to all the proceedings and I listen to the panel discussion, very rich one at that, it just shows that we're making a lot of progress. Please, can we all give ourselves a round of applause? About 30 years ago, as a young volunteer in an organization that works for children living with disability, I saw a lot of things happen. Children were hidden by their parents. Children were, in fact, thrown in rivers, in forests, in different places. I'm not telling you cock and bull story. I saw it live. And in the center, we had children who had been rescued from some rivers. That's to tell you how bad the situation was then. But almost 30 years after, we're talking about digital inclusion. As I sat there, I was feeling very elated that we have not only succeeded in getting people living or people with disability to the table, to some very important tables, we're actually getting them to actually get the kind of jobs they should have. And I really want to congratulate all of us. I think we have done well and we should pat ourselves on the back. Of course, there are still a lot of things to be done. And I know with these partnerships that we have, we will continue to do that. So I'll go ahead to read Madam Beatrice's speech. It is a distinct honor to join you at this timely and important roundtable on technology and employment inclusion in marginalized contexts, convened by Jobberman Nigeria in collaboration with the MasterCard Foundation under the Young Nigerian Work Program. Let me begin by commending Jobberman Nigeria and its partners for this foresight in commissioning this research, which places a spotlight on the lived realities of underserved communities, people with disability, and internally displaced persons. Groups that too often remain excluded from conversation about employment and innovation. And by the way, the findings of this research is really, really illuminating. Really, really illuminating. And we also like to thank those who have taken time to do this very qualitative job. The importance of having an inclusive technology and employment cannot be overemphasized. All of the data that we have today clearly alludes to that. In UN Women, we also work with people with disability, people who are displaced. As we speak in Maiduguri, in Yobe, and some other states in the Northeast, we're actually working with a lot of young people who are living with disability, who have been displaced, and we do have different kinds of hubs for them. We're also very happy that we have the privilege of actually having this MOU with Jobberman and the commitment to ensure that we continue to deploy the women's empowerment principle, which of course Jobberman has signed on to, and our joint efforts to continue to recreate an accountable framework that will help advance gender equality and women's empowerment across the private sector. In a rapidly digitalized world, the promise of technology must be matched with deliberate inclusion. Digital platforms, when thoughtfully designed and equitably implemented, have the potential to open doors. We have listened to a lot of that today, clearly showing that when technology is inclusive, it can actually enhance the lives of those who are usually excluded. Creating new paths to dignified work, learning, and economic empowerment for those who have been long left at the margin. This convening is more than a conversation from what we've seen today, and it's a call to action. In fact, a lot of call to actions have been made by all the panelists. A call to build systems, a call to ensure that we have strong partnership and policies that dismantle structural barriers and reimagine unemployment access in a way that is inclusive, just, and forward-looking. As stakeholders gathered here today, from government, civil society, the private sector, and community, we each have a role to play. Let us use the opportunity to amplify the voices of those who are often not heard, to listen deeply, and I'm sure a lot of us have listened today, and to create solutions that reflect the diverse needs and aspirations of all Nigerians. We look forward to continue to engage, not just, even post this summit that we're having. We're hoping that we will all be able to work together to have a very strong movement, let me call it that will continue to take forward all of the things that we have agreed today. So thank you. As UN Women, we remain committed to continue to work with you. Thank you.
Can I have sound? Thank you. Thank you to the UN Women for their commitment to ensuring that no one is left behind. And briefly, on behalf of the Executive Secretary of the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities, I'm going to welcome Mr. Ogunbiyitan Kehinde for a very, very brief goodwill on behalf of the Executive Secretary. Put your hands together for Mr. Kehinde. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to represent he is, as the MC has rightly said, is unavoidably absent due to other official engagement that he is at right now as we are speaking. And he has sent his goodwill message, and I would like to deliver it as follows. It is with great pleasure that I extend warm greetings and heartfelt commendation on behalf of the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities to Jobberman, Nigeria, and the MasterCard Foundation for organizing this timely and impactful roundtable. The theme, Technology and Employment Inclusion in Marginalized Contexts, speaks directly to one of the pressing challenges in our time, ensuring that no one, especially persons with disabilities and other marginalized groups, is left behind in the rapid evolving digital economy. Today, gathering to present and validate the findings of the research study on how digital innovations can drive inclusive employment is not just a scholarly exercise, it is a call to action. The insights shared here will serve as a foundation for policy direction, program design, and private sector engagement towards unlocking the potentials of millions who are too often excluded from formal economic participation. At the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities, we believe that inclusive technology is not a luxury, it is a necessity. As we continue to implement the National Access to Work Scheme for Persons with Disabilities and strengthen legal frameworks to support economic empowerment, we are eager to collaborate with visionary partners like Joberman and the MasterCard Foundation to ensure that digital tools, platforms, and training opportunities are accessible, affordable, and inclusive. The National Access to Work Scheme addresses barriers preventing persons with disabilities from accessing formal employment and ensures equal opportunities in line with Section 26 and 29 of the Act. This scheme aims to provide assistive work tools that will enable persons with disabilities to perform tasks effectively by supplying essential assistive devices and technologies. Also, it aims to support employers in creating accessible, safe, and inclusive work environments for persons with disabilities. Let me assure you that the Commission stands ready to act on the findings and recommendations of this study. We are committed to mainstream disability and inclusion into national employment strategies, supporting digital literacy programs, and working with the private sector to promote inclusive hiring practices. In closing, I applaud the organizer for creating a platform that not only amplifies evidence-based solutions, but also reinforces the principle that employment is dignity and inclusion is justice. Thank you, and I wish you all a successful and productive deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kehinde Ogubiyitan, on behalf of the Commission. I also want to recognize Mr. Donatus Ochogo from the Federal Ministry of Communication, Innovation, and Technology. Thank you for being here, and thank you for that very important question you asked earlier. We appreciate your presence. Now, listen, you know what? I need you to just put your hands together for yourself. You've stayed true till now. I need a more energetic clap, all right? Okay. Also, permit us all to apologize to the clusters of persons with disabilities here. We remember when the documentary was up, those who were visually impaired, the blind amongst us, couldn't really see they could hear the voice, but not necessarily see who was talking. We apologize on that behalf, and to assure you that on the website, the Joberman website where this documentary is going to be, would have all of those things addressed where you can hear the name of the person who is speaking and you can interact better. Also for the hearing community, the hearing impaired community, we apologize even for the pillar that was in the way. All of that would be addressed. And if you look at your tags, there's a QR code that enables you to get access even to the report, the soft copy report. Good thing is that the platform is also prompt voice activated, voice enabled, such that you can hear what is also on the report. Thank you very much. Now to the breakout session. We have 3 rooms, and if you look at your tag, every one of you, your tags are in 3 different colors. Persons with disabilities are staying in so let me just check what the various the colors are quickly. Please don't leave yet. This is about the last part of this meeting, and we move on to other things. All right? So persons with disabilities are advised to stay back in this room. Your session is going to be taking place right in this space. So please stay put. Where is my... All right, found it. So those of you with the white tag are going to be discussing disability issues. So you stay right here in this room. And those of you with the blue tag, so quickly take a look at your tag. The blue tag are internally displaced persons. You're going to be holding your conversation at the right, the left, yes, the left side of the room, right at the foyer. The left side of the room, those who are going to be discussing the internally displaced people's session. And then finally, those with the purple tag, who are going to be talking about women, are going to be at the right side of the room, at the ballroom by the side. So if you make your way to the foyer, just go to the right. You will see the ushers there who will direct you to hold this conversation. IDPs by the left, women by the right, persons with disabilities remain in this room.
And a quick one, an overview of the breakout session. What are we going to be doing when we get into this room? The breakout room will help to validate the research insight. The research insight. To share contextual experiences, finally to co-create policy and program recommendation. I will take it again. The breakout session will help to validate the research insight, to share contextual experiences, finally to co-create policies and program recommendation. Are we ready? Are we ready? We're clear on where we need to be? Please, if you need to take like a minute to just go maybe quickly, use the restroom, quickly respond to an email, do that on your way to get settled in your rooms, all right? So everybody arise. Arise. Those on the wheel, get set. All right. So, persons with disability breakout session, majestically stay put in this room, but if you quickly need to use the restroom, do that in 2-3 minutes. IDPs by the left and women by the right. Thank you very much. And please, on your way, let's make it faster so we can leave here in good time. Let's make it faster so we can leave in good time. The breakout rooms will help to validate the research insights, share contextual experience, and co-create policy and program recommendation. While you are greeting, be making your way to your rooms. Let's make it snappy. Thank you very much.
Hello. For the persons with disability breakout room conversation we're about to start, someone needs to help me where should we gather with minimal disruption, but I want us to huddle as much as possible. Okay. Please, let's come together for the Persons with Disability breakout room. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, well done.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Lucky.
Hello, Lucky. Have we met?
Not really. But
Okay.
I've been on the calls.
Okay.
We're having meetings.
Oh, Jobberman?
Jobberman.
Okay. Pleased to meet you.
Pleased to meet you too.
All right, good. Please, so, look, let me borrow your eyes. Is everyone gathering?
No.
They're still scattered.
Yeah.
Okay, please, let's gather together. And please, I'd like to draw our attention to the QR code on our tags. Let's scan the report. For those who can, we've been given the hard copy. We have some questions to go through very quickly, and we really want to take your contribution. Okay. Are we together? Not yet. Okay, thank you so much, Lucky. Could you help me? Oh, somebody else is here.
No, it's still Lucky.
Oh, it's still Lucky. Oh, hi, Damilari. Could you support me too? Or is there a better place to go to that is easier for everyone to cluster?
This is fine.
This is fine.
I think it's just for everybody to come together. That's all we just let me.
Please, persons with disabilities, please come together. Safe space. No, it's fine. Thank you. You know, I've been stuck sitting. My deaf community, where are we? Let's be clustered together so that we can have the interpreter support. We have some almost 8 interesting questions that we want to address. So the sooner we start, we go through those questions, then we take the extra. For? Oh.
Are we ready? Just you guys. I'm fine. Thank you, man. I'm Damien. All right, so at the count of 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Interpreters, please. Interpreters, please. Oh, you're here. Oh, okay. So are we organized a bit now? Are we ready?
Some people are taking photographs.
So I'm not waiting for them. Do you want me to move out of the way of them? I'm starting my session. Anyone who's serious will join us. Yes, I'm standing. You have a problem with me standing? No. Oh, I'm choosing to stand. Thank you. Okay, question 1. Number 1, please, have we accessed the report? Okay, so we have hard copies. There are hard copies on the table for those who can use those. For those who want soft copies, scan the QR code and you have the report. But let's even use our lived experiences to have this conversation. So we have 3 distinctive segments to what we want to achieve today. And so we say, are you back? Ah, okay. My assistant is not yet back. Okay. Oh, have you seen the report? You can scan the QR code if you want soft copy. There are hard copies on the tables, please. So please, I'm going to give us 2 minutes to quickly look at the report. You would see that there are segments in it that speak to persons with disabilities. 2 minutes, and then we'll go into the questions. And the way we're going to do this is that I'm going to run through all the questions that we're going to look at, and then we're going to pick at the ones that speak to us the most. So with that, I'm hoping that we'll be able to touch on almost everything, and also take into account things that we feel are not yet captured. I hope I'm not speaking too fast for my amazing community. Oh, what's this? Who put a chair here? That is Booby.
It was meant for you to stay.
Oh, but nobody told me. So for me, that's just a trap. That is wickedness. You put something. No. Thank you. No, but nobody told me there is a chair. So that is where the wickedness came in. Yes, thank you. So we now have 1 minute, 30 seconds to quickly look at the report. Then I will read through all the different questions that we'll be addressing. We will pick the ones that speak to us the most. Then more importantly, I am very interested in capturing what is missing. We're going to listen to the questions. We will provide our context. We will highlight what is missing. We have 1 minute more. No pressure, but 30 seconds more. Oh, no. So, okay, so what we're going to do is, please, I'm inviting you all to please look at the report. Hard copies are on the table. For those who prefer soft, there are QR codes on your tag. Scan it to access the soft copy. I have already given a little time for us to quickly look at the reports, if we've not already looked at it before. And we're looking at it because we're going to do 3 things. I am going to share a series of questions which we will be answering based on what we see. So we would go through the questions. We will validate based on our personal lived experience context or our knowledge. And more importantly, the third thing, we will be highlighting what is missing. So because I just re-highlighted, I will give 1 bonus elastic minute. Then we will start. Thank you, everyone. Please go through the report first, number 1. There are some sections that speak to persons with disabilities. Quickly look at the report first. Hard copy on the table, soft copy, scan the QR code. Page 50. So they've helped us, page 50. Go to page 50, please. 50.
Okay, sorry. Page 39. So you see where we have persons with disability and their use of digital platforms. So can just quickly run through that. That's 1 page. So from 39 to 41, 41. We can just quickly browse through that that page. Yeah. Then after this one, you can now go to page 50, and yeah. But it's actually a long. It's not a summarized version. So what can happen is you can ask them the question, and if there's any need for me to provide context, I can. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. No, I can show.
Okay, so in another 10 seconds, let's look at the questions because we really want to hear from you. That's why we are here. Lucky,
Okay.
So, okay, we're ready for, and please, no pressure. You don't have to write down the questions. Please listen to the questions that Lucky will be reading out shortly. And then the question that speaks to you the most, especially for your impairment category, would like to hear from you. Lived experiences will be important here, And more importantly, we want to know what is missing or what we've not already captured, because that gives us the extra work to do. Thank you. Thank you, Lucky.
All right.
And just be slow.
Okay.
But be careful also.
Okay.
So pace as you pause.
Okay. All right. So the first question is: do the findings capture the lived realities of persons with disabilities in your context? So the findings from the research reports captured the lived realities of persons with disabilities in your context when it comes to job access and technology use? That's the first question. The second question is for employers. No, do we have employers in the room? Do you have employers in the room? Okay, yeah. So this question is for employers. What are the biggest barriers you encounter in hiring or designing for persons with disability? No. What are the biggest barriers you encounter in hiring persons with disabilities? Okay. The third question: what features are currently missing on job platforms that limit accessibility for persons with disabilities? For example, screen readers, high contrast modes, local language assistive tools, etc. Are we all following? The last question: what features are currently missing on job platforms that limit accessibility for persons with disability? Screen readers, for example, screen readers, high contrast modes, local language assistive tools. Okay. The fourth question: many PWDs.
You want many what? Persons with disabilities.
Yeah, many persons with, sorry, my. So sorry. So sorry. Many persons with disabilities use platforms without disclosing their disabilities. What drives this behavior, and what can platforms or employers do to create safer, more inclusive spaces? Let me take the question again. Many persons with disabilities use, number four. Okay. No, I mean, if they want to write. If they want to write so that they can remember the question, right? I think that would. So many persons with disabilities use platforms. When we talk about platforms, it's online job platforms, digital platforms, yeah, without disclosing their disabilities. Yeah. What drives this behavior, and what can platforms or employers do to create safer, more inclusive spaces? Is that question clear? Should we do?
No. So
because of time, because of the time factor.
Let me have the mic. Sorry. My guideline is that we're going to go through all the questions. The ones that speak to you, you will speak to it. So that gives us a fair chance to tackle everything from people's lived experience context. Otherwise, we will not go through.
I'm told we have 45 minutes.
Of which? No, we don't need that.
Okay.
Here.
do we understand the questions, right? Okay. Okay. 1 sec. What's the question? What's the question? Sorry. Ross, do you have a question? Okay. Do not disclose their disability. Yeah. When they were filling job application and the rest. Yeah, yeah. What should employers do to? Yeah, yeah. Okay. So I should ask the remaining questions. Remaining questions. Okay. Okay. We are continuing. Okay. Number 5. Question number 5. Question number 5. Sorry. Which assistive tools, for example, screen readers, high contrast modes, are most essential but currently unavailable or unaffordable? Did we get the question? Which assistive tools are most essential but currently unavailable or unaffordable? Do we understand what assistive tools are? Okay, yeah, great. Thank you. Okay, moving on. Number 6. How can digital platforms partner with assistive tech builders to embed accessibility by design? I don't think, yeah, okay. Number 7. Okay. No, she's just interpreting to this. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, they are signing. Sorry, which question? Which one did you not hear? So I can't start again because no, we want to read all the questions. We'll now prioritize the one that we should answer. Okay. Okay. So just write it, then we'll now prioritize the questions. Whichever one that you want to do. Okay, number 7. Persons with disabilities reportedly rely heavily on social media, but success rates remain low. Success rate in job application remains low. What limits their ability to fully benefit from this platform? I will take the question again. Persons with disabilities reportedly rely heavily on social media when it comes to applying for jobs. However, success rates remains low. What limits their ability? What are those things that limit their ability to fully benefit from this platform? Can you have the questions? Okay. So, number 8, what steps can employers and the government take to increase compliance with the Disability Act, which requires 5% job quota from employers, and ensure real inclusion, not just tokenism? Is that too fast? Okay, I'll take it again. What steps can employers and government take to increase compliance with the Disability Act? We all know what the Disability Act stipulates, right? Do we all know what the Disability Act stipulates employers to do? That employers should have 5% of persons with disability amongst its workforce in their organizations. Okay? So the question again stays, what steps can employers and the government take to increase compliance with these acts? Is that clear? Is that clear for us? Is that clear here? Sorry. Okay. Number 9. What? Time. I'm looking at the time so that. Yeah. Just 3 more. Okay, so number 9. What policy enforcement or employers' incentives are needed to strengthen workplace inclusion for persons with disabilities? Should I take it again? What policy enforcements or employers' incentives are needed to strengthen workplace inclusion for persons with disabilities? What policy enforcement or employer incentives are needed to strengthen workplace inclusion for persons with disabilities? Workplace inclusion for persons with disabilities. Sorry, are you with us? Okay. Are we all good? Can we go to the next one? Yeah, I think we can. Number 10, how can digital platforms be redesigned or adapted to better serve users with hearing, visual, or mobility impairments? Should I take it again? How can digital platforms be redesigned or adapted to better serve users with hearing, visual, or mobility impairments? I'll take the question again. How can digital platforms be redesigned or adapted to better serve users with hearing, visual, or mobility impairments? Are we all good? Are we all good? All right, the last question, please. What local innovations or low-cost assistive technologies could be developed to improve access? what local innovations or low-cost assistive technologies could be developed to improve access? Do we get the question? Access to digital platforms, yeah. What local innovations or low-cost assistive technologies could be developed to improve access to digital platforms? That is the last question. So, yeah. Okay.
So we're going to invite feedback in another minute based on the areas that you wanted to focus on, what stood out for you most to you, especially looking for what is missing or solutions. To get to and also, but we would also note anything that we might not have discussed in already. And for anything we are noting, please put your name and phone number on it so that you can be contacted.
Sorry, can I use the mic?
Oh, okay. Sorry, you're writing or? No, we are going to discuss, but we're also very aware that time might run out on us. Okay, no, it's fine. We are going to discuss now. We're going to start. So, Mr. Lucky, can you help me with taking the mic around? Who's taking the mic around? The mic man. Oh, you have one. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll start with the last question, where you spoke about making digital platforms accessible to persons with visual, mobility, and hearing disabilities, right? So I want to say, what I've noticed. What I've noticed a lot from this, from the report and also from the conversation, is that it is totally excluding persons with intellectual and psychosocial disabilities. For instance, if you talk about making platforms accessible to people with mobility needs, I'm asking, do people with mobility needs really, really need a specialized platform for them to access digital spaces? Because I think what affects their disability practically affects their mobility. But then we are leaving out persons with intellectual disabilities who do not have the same learning capacity and needs as other persons with disabilities, who I think should be priority when it comes to redesigning platforms to fit in, to increase access to these platforms.
Okay, so we'll take note that intellectual and psychosocial should be intentionally included. So that's the point we'll take from you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Also in the general report, I do not really see much about disabilities that are not visible.
Okay.
What is really in the report always captures about physical access and communication access, more of that.
No problem. So that will be noted too, because that's why we're having this conversation.
Yes.
We're looking for what is missing.
Yes.
So that they'll work on it.
Also, I wanted to speak to I think that was the first question, or the second question, which was talking about why people with disabilities
do not disclose their impairments.
Yes.
Okay.
And I want to say first, for employers, if you do not ask, we cannot tell.
So in this situation, this scenario, there is a box to indicate, but our community, we do not indicate, but rather we show up at the interview.
Okay, so
that is what we are looking at.
Okay, I'll also speak to that.
Okay.
Okay, as a person with a disability, I have also stayed in the job-seeking sector for a while, and I have noticed a lot of patterns. There were times when I was applying for a job, and I would ask myself, do you want to tell them about your disability now? Don't you think they would disqualify you if they know you have a disability?
So it's an assumption thing from your point of view.
It's an assumption, and I have also had a lived experience.
Okay. Thank you so much. I hope you will permit us to take feedback from others.
Okay, so I have actually applied for a job.
No. We've taken your point. would you permit us to take feedback from others?
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you so much. So we've noted 3 things from you. The fact that intellectual and psychosocial context is not explicitly expressed, so we can assume it was not taken into account. Then the other bit is also around the fact that the disclosure part, you've let us know about your own lived experience about why you chose not to disclose. No, I'm not asking a question. I just quickly recapped because we want to take feedback from others. Oh, okay. No problem, it's fine. Okay, no problem. That's not the only way to work as a deaf person. Okay, so we're noting these things, and please, we would want to take feedback from other persons too. Thank you. So who are we going to next?
Okay, I'm here.
Oh, sorry, I can't see. So someone is helping to guide with that?
I'm here with the mic, or
Okay.
is anybody having the mic somewhere? Okay.
And please, as much as possible, a feedback that has already been given, let's not repeat it. We really are very interested in what is missing so that they can go back to do more work. Thank you.
Okay, so I want to speak to question 9.
Okay.
Which says, what policy enforcement or employers' incentives are needed to ensure workplace inclusion for persons with disabilities? Okay, my name is George Dominic Anway. I'm the Assistant Program Manager at South Africa. I think there is already something on ground in terms of incentive for employers to employ persons with disability, to increase inclusion in the workplace. For example, there was a mention of the National Access to Work Scheme initially during the discussion. South Africa happened to be a part of that work, Site Savers and the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities. So the idea is to incentivize inclusion, to make employers see, because some of the things that employers have concerns about are extra cost when it comes to employing persons with disabilities. Of course, every employer will want to make profit. Every business will want to make profit in the private sector. So some of those extra costs, like costs for screen readers, for persons with visual impairment, and some of this assistive technology can actually be expensive. So the scheme is to take care of those extra costs so that when an organization is employing a person with disability, those tools needed for the person to work are provided for by the scheme. And this is managed by the government. So this is an incentive to ensure that private sector consider workplace inclusion for persons with disabilities.
Is this scheme already working?
So it has a framework has been developed for the National Access to Work Scheme. As a matter of fact, about 2 days ago, we were at the inauguration of the committee to ensure the implementation of that framework.
Okay,
so
it's not yet working, but it's in place.
Yes, it's in place.
So we should expect that very soon, the benefits of that will be known, and employers might be a bit more receptive.
Exactly. So in terms of enforcement as well, considering, because of course if you're employing a person with disability and then your facility or your offices are not accessible to persons with disabilities, there is no how you have inclusion there. So part of the things that will be done, because of course the Disability Act also provides for accessibility in public buildings. Accessibility audits being carried out in organizations to ensure that they comply with the law in terms of providing access to persons with disabilities to their physical
Are you saying
facilities.
this is already being done? Or
So what I'm saying is that, I'm aware that the
National enforcement.
Yeah, so the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities are already working on ensuring that there are assessors like accessibility auditors to ensure that they go around to
public buildings
to ensure they are compliant. If they are not, of course, there are penalties to that. So that will help, to ensure compliance to the Act.
Has it started? Has it even started?
So at the starting point, we're funded by Site Savers to work on that. We have conducted accessibility audit to a number of organizations. who needed that. And, you know, we went there to conduct accessibility audit at no cost to them. But of course, when it comes to enforcement, they will have to pay to be audited to ensure that their facilities, because there are standards, that's what we call the accessibility standard. You know, so they have to be audited to ensure that they have all those accessibility features and, you know, facilities put in place. And if they don't have that, of course, the commission has been mandated to ensure compliance. And where they are not compliant, they are penalized for that. So, and the commission is on there is an accessibility department in the commission who is responsible for ensuring that.
So, last question to you, where is this happening? Because you are talking like it is happening, so where?
Okay, so I am saying that the starting is...
No, where is this happening right now?
The accessibility audit.
In Abuja, in where?
Okay, so in Abuja, in Lagos, you know, we conducted accessibility audit even at
so it has actually started?
Yes.
So if we want more information about what is going right and what can be improved, we can come to you for more information.
Yes, and I think the commission is also here. I don't know if Skande is here.
You are pointing at them too.
All right.
Okay. Uh-huh.
No, so
maybe the cost of the audit.
A way of incentivizing, ensuring accessibility at those organizations, it is incentivized in the sense that they are not paying.
They're not paying for the audit, but they will pay for the adaptation.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
To summarize what you're trying to say. All right. So more information would come to you. There are a few other questions, and we really want to take lived experiences, what is missing from those questions that we try to highlight. Anyone else?
Okay, I'm here.
Thank you.
So I'm Emmanuel Akiola. I'm speaking as an employer. I work as Chief Operations Officer at Access Tech Innovation and Research Center. So for the second question, except for employers and platforms, what are the biggest barriers you encounter in hiring persons with disabilities? The biggest encounter is the skills gap. Even as an employer who is directly looking out for persons with disability to employ, we found out that what persons with disability are mostly trained on is not actually what the market is demanding. Not just tech skill gap, even courses, the kind of courses people are learning. You can see what SciSaver said from their research, that most times persons with disabilities are in the arts sector, and not just in the arts, but they are not also more diversified compared to non-disabled persons. So we need to do a backward integration to start ensuring that persons with disabilities have diversified skills gap. Then I think the number 4 question, where he's talking about the problem that we're having on the platforms, why the platforms are not accessible. I think that's the 4th question, if I'm correct. My screen is locked now. Okay, so it's basically because why the platforms are not accessible, there is no one thing. The most important thing is the fact that the platforms don't comply with the web content accessibility guideline. There is no one thing, not just about the screen readers, about the magnifier. It's so much. It even includes issues of people with intellectual and psychosocial disability. So when webmasters or web developers, back-end, front-end, UIX, and everybody understand the web content accessibility guidelines and are developing websites and platforms that meet up with the web content accessibility guidelines, it's going to definitely include and make the platforms actually more accessible. I think I'll stop there.
So I have a follow-on question to what you said. So, you know, one of the most beautiful things in Nigeria is what you read in university, you can come out just to have that degree, and then you can channel a totally different career path.
Yeah.
And many people have been successful there.
Exactly.
So as an organization that trains yourselves, what can we take away from this room that says that you are also investing in building pipelines to close those gaps for those who are willing to learn, because that one today?
Thank you for that. I think that's a promotional question, so I hope you permit me to do that.
Oh, yes, because I'm really interested in that talent pipeline.
Okay, exactly. That's why for us as organizations like Access Tech and other organizations who are interested in building capacity of persons with disabilities in digital skills, and also organizations like Project Enable, Stanford Edge, I know one of the things we all do is to do this backward integration to ensure that persons with disabilities who are mostly studying their special education, and every other courses that directly are not necessarily what market is looking for. We are training them in the skills that the market is looking for. Currently, we have organizations requesting for data analysts. And most of the CVs that we've sent are not even people who study data science in schools. Some of them study sociology, history, but they've done crash programs with a lot of these organizations to learn data analysis, either with Python or with Power BI and other web tools, to be able to meet up with these students. And it's not only particularly just for persons with disabilities. We also know that now everybody believes that tech is good. Tech skill is good. So people are going in to do 3 months, 6 months courses in tech skills to become product managers and all that. That is what organizations are doing now. So we need to start getting investment into this sector to ensure that we now provide a backward integration to ensure that the skills of persons with disabilities are now meeting up with the market. But going back again, I'm also glad, like a school like Lagos State University, I just currently enrolled the first blind student that is studying computer science. Before now, it was almost impossible. Now we are seeing schools enrolling persons with disabilities in STEM courses. Now looking back, it means that in 5 years' time, we're not going to have a pool of persons with disabilities who are now innately, naturally tech-enabled, are now having skills that the market is demanding. So we are doing it both on the front end now, trying to remediate, to solve this, to help with the situation right now, and also do an advocacy to create a backward integration to solve the problem in the long term.
Thank you so much, Emanuela, and great job. And it's one of the things, and I really want to encourage all of us to speak to our communities, to speak to ourselves. We really need to learn. Because if we don't have the skills the market wants, we will not have work. That's just it. There's no miracle about it. Sorry, Lucky, I'm going to give my mic to Lois here. Is that okay?
Okay, yeah, sure.
Okay. Yes, just to add about issues of policy development is very important. I remembered when I was with NNPC, they have a disability policy on employment. At that point in time, they were accepting youth corpers. So it was in the policy that every graduate with disability that comes to NNPC to serve must be automatically gain employment. Automatic employment for every youth corper in the towers who has one form of disability or the other. So we need to give a strong recommendation in this research that we want all the MDAs to have employment policy in their various offices, government, private, whatever it is, NGOs, CSOs. We must have that policy, especially on the 5%, which is already enshrined in the Nigerian Disability Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Lois, for that. It's something that the research personnel will take on to be intentional about. Any other hand up, Lucky?
Yes,
okay.
Yes. He wants to speak. Good afternoon, everyone.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Damian. Okay. Okay, can you hear me now? Okay. My name is Damian. On the area of employment, employing people with disability in any workplace, for example, anytime the government or private organization give out reservation or recruiting for work, they should not be asking, are you a person with disability? Why? Because they are being selective. If they see a person with disability, they will exclude the person. It is not the best. It is not best. Let it be open. After that, then when they discover that this person is a person with disability, then they will start thinking on how to accommodate the person. Some of our people apply, some of IMM, immigration, they applied for immigration work. All persons with disability was not selected. They were not selected. Why? It is because that they have seen that these are persons with disability and they refused to pick them. So it was after they were shortlisted, second one on social. Deaf people need voice. Okay, voice notes. Yeah, voice notes to be changed to text because to text. Yeah, to be, because many people are not aware of that. And also help the blind. You can interpret, for example, AI can interpret pictures and add it to the WhatsApp group, Facebook, so that blind people can understand what the picture is saying. Yeah, that's my own few contribution.
Sorry, I have a question. Sorry. So he said that it is not good for employers to indicate. Yeah, you want to respond to that? Okay, great. Because I hope it's a very short response. Okay. Go ahead.
All right. Okay. This is Bilkisu. Why he said that is because we had an experience where just last year, a lady with visual impairment was employed at a Federal Medical Center in Niger State. And then during the process of employment, she never indicated that she is a person with disability. But when the management team now discovered she is a person with disability, they retrieved the employment letter. So what did we do? We now try to write a letter to them, telling them, and because she's a nurse, she informed the Association of Midwives that she is a nurse. But there are some certain aspects of the nursing work that she will not be able to do. You understand? But she can be in the family planning department where she can be doing counseling for those that come for family planning and the type of contraceptive they want. And the midwifery, they understood and they posted her to that department. But when they now discover, I don't know what happened, they now discover that she is a person with visual impairment, partial blindness. It's not that she's totally blind. They retrieve her appointment letter without any explanation. So she reached out to us. So what we did, we start writing to let the management know that even she is a person with disability, there are still other aspects that she can be good in. So it took us like a whole, for 6 months, we have to involve the human rights for them to understand why she needs to be employed. And then we have to make use of the, this UNSCPRD, Disability Provision Act. So that is the point where he is coming out from. And I've been, yes. Yes, she was, yes. They returned her, they gave her her appointment letter back, and then, but the only thing that is public apology because of the emotional trauma it caused that they refused to do that because they are trying to protect their own image. No problem. All right, okay, and as also an employer of a government, mostly what government organization, I'm an activist. I always fight for employment of persons with disability based on my experience and what I had gone through before I got my own job. So most time, if you go to any governmental organization, you hear them say, go to National Commission for Persons with Disability. Exactly. So then we need to work. We need to create this synergy. And most time, we'll keep on going back and front. We will go to National Commission for Persons with Disability, and they'll say, don't worry, we're going to write a letter to them. And you'll be surprised that a letter will be sent to them. And they'll know. And there are also governmental organizations that doesn't even have Disability Rights Act. So most of what we do as an organization, advocating for employment opportunity, we print our Disability Rights Act and they start sharing it. And then the clause that said at least, yes, 5% quota should be reserved for persons with disability. So this is why he's saying from that point of view. Thank you.
Any other point of view?
You want to say something?
On this, something different?
Yes, I want to say something different.
Okay. Let me just quickly ask this question. Sorry, how do we now create a balance, right?
Okay, so for me.
Do you want to?
Yes, to say something a bit different. I'm going to give you, sorry, the person that's wanted to say something, that wants to give a different context, right? I'm going to give you just 30 seconds. So we're going to share the 1 minute together.
Thank you very much. All the speakers have spoken well. I think one of the major issues, or how we can strike a balance, is for the government to be more intentional. You see, what I mean by being intentional is there should be a contact, a WhatsApp, an email, a phone number, or something that they can always report these issues to. But they should make it more open. There is a way. Okay.
Yes, give me back my mic. So the other context I want to share is, look, it's important to disclose. Let me tell you why. Because more and more in the private sector that is interested in engaging persons with disabilities needs to know your impairment type so that they can prepare for you. And they are preparing for people. I have been part of placing more than 50 people in work, in the financial sector, in the hospitality sector. Yes, I know all this work has happened in Lagos, but it is successful as long as you are competent, you are qualified, you behave, you are coming forward with the right attitude, you are coming forward with value. You are not just coming, employing me because I'm a person with disability. No. It is that you are valuable. So we highlight your value to the organization, and then the organization puts in place everything you need to work as smartly as possible. And another thing we demand from those organizations after we've placed people is, we don't want to place people, they start as interns or management training and they remain there for the next 10 years. No, we want people who have performed, we want to see them growing, and it's already happening. So that's the balance I wanted to bring. Susan.
Okay, so one other suggestion I want to give about that particular one would be, can we see that we conduct regular audits and publish inclusion data? I think that will also help in driving the 5% quota that we're talking about. Because if most of these things are shrouded in privacy, so even persons with disability, we are left in our minds wondering, who are those who have gotten the job safe? Who are those who have not? But if they are published and there's an audit, I know that the National Commission also has a monitoring unit. Can they begin to push to see for every employment that persons with disabilities get this 5% quota? And then for local innovations, which is question 11, I am looking at a situation whereby we have text-to-speech plugins for job platforms. So, because we are looking at a holistic approach now, not just for one particular cluster, but every other disability type. Can we have text-to-speech plugins for job platforms? And then can we look at offline screen reader apps? Is that something that is possible? Offline screen reader apps. So that it doesn't have to be only when you are online. Do you understand? I don't know if I'm just thinking in my head.
It's local innovation.
Yes. And yes. No, but this time in local languages. In local languages, please. Sorry, I'm trying to look at the innovative way to do it, beyond the Turenchi and everything, so that at any level, people with disabilities can also, yes, local languages. I think that will be it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. We've been pushed that we need to start winding down. We have less than a minute.
Sorry, any last person? Just one.
Please, let's also write. Remember, I said for those who, please write and put your name and phone number.
Sorry, here.
Or once you're dropping, so that you can be contacted.
Okay. Okay, my name is Sukiri Kinoset, a product manager. I build websites and apps. So my response is on the place you talked about. What limits job seeker, like people who seek for jobs online using social media from getting it? That's, I mean, persons with disabilities. So I have 2 points or 2 things I believe could be the cause. One, the skill gap. Then 2, the visibility. We know normally skill gap. Sometimes we don't have all the skills required for a particular career or job role. So then the second one is the visibility. For social media is a game of numbers most of the time. A lot of SEOs and others happen there. So for that reason, some people could apply. Even the person who posted may not actually see it. I when due and stuff like that. Then the next one, it's actually where you talk about why people don't omit to put the disability issues on job boards. Then it's a suggestion actually, whereby I looked at encouraging people to put, yeah, I'm disabled in this particular role, to actually enable the persons hiring to know what to do or to plan for it. Then secondly, on the other way around, educating the recruiter on the need to do this, of course, and something like that. So these are my contributions and questions.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so a quick one, the 30 seconds. It's very important. You know, a lot of things have been done to ensure disability and inclusion in the workplace. Different organizations are working around that, but there is no proper coordination of all of these efforts, and a lot of people tend to not even know what the other person is doing, and it looks as if nobody is doing anything. So I think part of the recommendation should also be that let's have proper coordination of all these interventions, such that, you know, everybody knows what everybody is doing, and then it makes the work streamlined. Thank you.
Okay, please, let's give ourselves a round of applause. It might not feel like it, but we've highlighted quite some important things. We might not be satisfied that all our voices were not heard. That is why I encourage us, please write your additional thoughts that between Lucky and Dolapo, we did not allow you to say. Write them down, put your name on it, put your contact details on it, so that you could be engaged further. Just to say that this conversation was just to really spotlight what could be missing, so that we help this organization who's invested in doing better with making sure tech is inclusive for our community, to help them do the extra bit that appears to be missing through their report. And as we round up, as the last speaker said, I assure you, a lot of great work is happening. I want to charge us. Let's do the work to find out whether this is happening or not before we stand up and say it is not happening. I also feel like we don't check first. We are so in that our little world and what we know. A lot of good is happening. A lot is out there. That is not happening around us or for us does not mean it does not exist. And for me, for every time I see something happening, there is a hope that it will spread. And as long as the good stories are spreading, then people will know that a lot of things are possible. At this point, would like to say thank you so much for this conversation. Please do not be shy to write down your contributions. Please submit them to me. Put your name and your phone number on whatever contribution you like to take forward. And so with the extra, I don't know, 1 minute or so we have, I would invite us to return to our tables, take a bathroom break if we need, because we're going to be reconvening the whole session. But thank you so much for sharing from your lived experience, and it will get better. I am sure we all know we're in a better place than 10 years ago. 10 years ago, some conversations were not happening at all. But I am optimistic that in less than another 10 years, we should be in a better place. But we must take the responsibility to build ourselves too. We must be ready. So thank you so much for being part of this conversation. Where's Lucky? Oh, thank you, Lucky, for supporting also. And where's Grace?
I'm right here.
We have closed this session.
Thank you so much. You are going to be presenting for your group in 5 minutes. Yes, I hear that the presentation is just 5 minutes. So, because lunch is ready. Oh. Yes. So we're waiting for the other group representative. Are they in the room already? Yes. The group from the IDP. Dolakwa, you can take your seats. Thank you so much. Would you want to start first?
And write down your name on it, put your phone number on it.
Please, can you announce that people come in? Please, can you drag someone that's just staring, just conversing outside? Can you just drag them in so we can wrap up? I see some people just gisting away outside. Those outside, if you can hear me, please come in so we can wrap up. And the group, the moderators of the 3 groups, get ready You will be presenting for 5 minutes each on behalf of your groups. To also mention that someone has, I don't know if it's willingly or unwillingly, donated their phone. They've willingly or unwillingly donated their phone. Of course, we just picked a phone. Just check quickly. It's whose phone? It's with the registration desk. Please come with your NIN, your BVN, your international passport. Okay, it's been found, eh? Dolapo donated her phone to us. I for carry him now. I for just carry him. All right then. Let me just go get the group moderators and we can wrap up this. And just to let us know that lunch is already, okay, lunch is ready. And it's already served in the 2 breakout rooms, the one on the right and one on the left. So as soon as we wrap up, just go grab your lunch, okay? Please, can we come back in and wrap up? I have to go outside. Can we come back in? Please, let's go back in and wrap up, please. Go back in and wrap up. Go back in, let's wrap up. You're one of us, right? Yeah. From Jobberman or Massacre? No, Jobberman. Okay. Head of commercial. All right, nice to meet you. I was waiting to have a session with her. Oh, okay. Everybody's talking to her at the same time. Yeah. So let me just tell them that we're going back in to wrap up. Okay. Please, can we go back in and wrap up in a few minutes? Yes. All right.
I think I'm the one who left drop my phone.
You're the one? Come, let's come to the registration table.
Left it in that hall.
Yes. Are you serious? You left it on the table?
No, I put it on my leg.
I hear there's a missing phone. Is it here? A missing phone. Is it here? That someone dropped the phone and it's somewhere, it's brought to the registration.
But they need reason and indication.
So come on.
And then you also need thumb print. Oh, whose phone is it? So there's one misplaced. So you're saying it's your phone. So what's the front cover? What's the image of the front? It's animation. What animation? Colors.
Is the phone on?
Yes.
Okay, I'm calling it. I'm calling. Is it ringing? All right.
Thank you.
It's actually my nephew. Isn't he lucky?
Tell you. Thank you so much.
Let's go back in, please. No more paparazzi. We'll do that during lunch. We will snap during lunch. All right. I hear that the 3 group moderators are seated and they're ready. All right. So I'm going to call on, let me call on the group that is most ready. The Ability in Disability group. Productivity, exactly. That was changed, and I pray that it sticks. Productivity in Disability group. Can we put our hands together? Are you ready? You're room 2? No, you're not room 2. You're room 1. Uh-huh. Yeah, but I see you're ready. Yeah, this is room 1. Room 2 is women, left is All right, with a resounding applause, welcome the moderator for Group 1, Ms. Dolapo, for 5 minutes. Whatever makes you comfortable. Yeah, whatever makes you comfortable.
Greetings and welcome back, everyone. So in our group, in our discussion room, we looked
Please pay attention, get settled. Dolapo, just a minute. Please get settled. I see people moving around in the room. You are going to be disrupting the sign language interpreter if you keep moving up and down. Please, please, be settled. Be settled. Just a minute, please, ma'am. More people are coming in, so let's give them like another 1 minute.
Oh, okay.
Please settle down, please. Those by the door, locate your seat and settle down, please. There's no seat? Please, there are seats here in front. You can take them. Okay. All right. So I've just been told that those from the overflow are trying to get seats here in the room. You don't have to struggle. If there's no seat, you can still go back to the overflow and follow the process while you're there, okay? Yeah, for those of you still trying to get seats to sit. If you came in from the overflow, just go back. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. All right, then. Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
So welcome back. So from our room, persons with disabilities, we, of course, we needed more time. Time is never enough. So, but we got guidance to go into the research document. At least we're a bit intentional about giving some time for us all to look at it. And we looked at from page 39 to around, I think, 41, and then went on to page 50. And then from there, there was quite a lot to cover. The approach we took was to look at all the 8 questions that we had and then invite our audience to speak to the points that were raised. And our biggest ask from our audience in the room was, what is missing? What is missing in this report? So that Jobberman team can invest in closing that gap as they move the great work forward. We had feedback that there was no explicit reference to disability categories of the intellectual and the psychosocial impairments. So we are not sure whether this is an oversight from the research that was done or it is captured there but not explicitly mentioned. So this is a point of improvement for the research work that has been done. And we really hope that in the reviewed version, we would have explicit mention so that we have the peace of mind that every component, every aspect, every marginalized group has been at least taken into account in whatever way. We also had quite a lot of conversation around disclosure. What does it mean? Why do we not disclose the kind of impairments we had? And we had schools of thought around, if you disclose, you lose your opportunity. Then again, there were also examples of if you do not disclose, when you are seen at the point of interview at selection, you lose your opportunity. But we also had a context whereby disclosure is used for preparation by the organization so that they onboard you and provide the right support. And I think what we all generally agree that a lot of storytelling has to happen so that the good work that is happening, people can learn from it, and then others can even be aware that it's even happening. Which brought us to the fact that for organizations, especially government, who are rejecting persons with disability, who are qualified but did not disclose, what are the channels to raise awareness and to have advocacy, to have those persons put back in work because they were qualified in the first place and only lost their opportunity when they showed up. So we established the fact that there are pathways, they need to be more out there, We established the fact that advocacy has returned people to work. That needs to be more popularized. We also established the fact that a lot more needs to be done by government itself to set an example. We also spoke to the fact that, okay, if standards of making technological platforms, WCEG, the web content, Ella, web content accessibility guidelines, yes. So if those are followed, then implicitly accessibility would be possible. So as much as possible to ask that anyone who's developing platforms just follow the guidelines and you are almost 100% there. We also discussed the fact that a lot of us have skills that are not fit for purpose for the employer. So we need to still upskill. We need to commit to that upskilling. Organizations are available to support us to upskill. Investments need to be made to make those pipelines happen. What else did we discuss that was burning? I think those, sorry? Innovation, things around local language. Like we need to be intentional about embedding them. And then again, I think one more thing that we said was we also need to do the research our own selves. Let's see what's happening. Let's see what opportunities are there so that we can leverage. We encouraged everybody because we knew there was a lot more to say. We encourage everyone to still write down points, put their names and their phone numbers, and submit to Lucky. Lucky, where are you? Our contributions. Anyway, they're with Lucky, and thank you, Lucky, even though you're not here, for supporting me. Yeah. And one more point I'd like to close with is, someone gave an example of an organization who had a policy, a disability policy, that anyone, any youth corper that served with their organization, as long as you were a youth corper with disability, they had automatic employment. So could we also all advocate that all organizations should have some sort of disability policy? So those recap the meat of what we discussed, the fact that we have to take responsibilities for our opportunity, to take responsibility for getting more information, and to engage appropriately to get the results we want, and to also submit our thoughts. Please, anything I have not covered that you said, please write it down, put your name on it, put your phone number on it, so that you can be contacted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Put your hands together for Madame Dolapo. Explicitly put. The marginalized
okay, I'm so sorry, Grace. There's just, I got a quick question from the deaf community.
All right.
Okay, please, they asked for what is the meaning, the full definition of WCAG. So that is a guideline. It is the Web Content Accessibility Guideline. It's a set of rules that are tied to the American Disability Act. So if you follow this guideline as you are making any web platform, then you follow everything there to the letter, then that platform will be inclusive. I hope that has answered.
Thank you
okay,
very
thank
much.
Thank you.
Put your hands together once again for Madame Dolapo. Now, group 2, the marginalized women. Can we have your moderator come speak to your input? Thank you. Put your hands together for her, please. Do you need the podium? You need the podium?
I'm good.
Okay,
here.
Perfect.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so my section spoke about the marginalized women, and we're able to tackle some questions. And some of our major findings were the government needs to do more, helping women access technology, especially in the rural areas. And also, we spoke about lack of awareness of these job-seeking platforms. So also, Jobberman needs to do more in creating awareness. And then also, we spoke about why WhatsApp was more, user-friendly and more pronounced. And then we also recommended that Jobberman could take some, example from WhatsApp and make it more user-friendly. And then also, we also had some recommendations that could help, and some of the points were partnerships with platforms, accessible, at zero cost. And then also collaboration with communities with human capital. And also we also spoke about the reintroduction of these cyber cafes, helping these women being trained on how to use these platforms. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. You're done?
Yes,
Oh,
please.
my. That's like in 2 minutes. Put your hands together for the Marginalized Women Group. Thank you very much. And finally, to the Internally Displaced Persons Group. Put your hands together for the moderator.
All right.
Oh, yeah, now.
Thank
Let's
you very
clap at least.
much. Good afternoon once again. For the Internally Displaced Persons breakout sessions, we were able to get very passionate, expressed realities validating most of the research findings. And we were also able to hear that the number of camps now has increased from 5 to 8 in Benue. Another issue that came up was that foundational skills such as basic reading and writing affects digital literacies across camps, and therefore this needs to be tackled from the roots. There were issues also related to cost factors such as affordability of data and access to digital devices, and this is because obviously people in IDP camps are persons of very low income. And in the Bay states, that is Borno, Adamawa, and Yobe, it was said that camps in state capitals mostly have internet access, but camps outside of state capitals do not have internet access. And we also got to learn in Borno that there's the Ministry for Digital, I think penetration is very active, and also it's very active in training of persons from IDP camps. And so this can be a very veritable partner. Most IDP camps don't have smartphones. IDPs don't have smartphones, talk less of laptops. This also came up. There was an issue of very low opportunities for volunteering among IDPs. This is talking about engagement with both humanitarian and development partners. They were saying they do not have opportunities for volunteering. Also, there were confirmation of digital connectifiers. A lot of people alluded to this, that at times they come together in groups of sevens, you know, to use digital tools for different reasons. They also mentioned inability to access scholarships and skill acquisition due to lack of internet. There was issues of power in the camps too. Most camps don't have power. There was an issue that came up around the implementation of the CSR Bill 2023. This needs to be implemented to fund IDP initiatives. Also, issues around exclusion due to age and gender factors. This is all, of course, reinforcing the research insights. An issue of no investments or very low investments in IDP camps due to profitability also came up. And issues of distance, travel distance for employment as a very huge barrier. This is also reinforcing research findings. Difficulty in transition from non-formal to formal work. This is also all factors that also verified the research findings. Thank you very much.
All right, a resounding applause for Group 3. Thank you all. Thank you all. Let me take my face on stage. I'm going to ask that you all also put your hands together for yourself for such wonderful contributions. You have further enriched the research document, and I believe that Jobberman is going to take note of every recommendations that have been made, every input that has been made, and would put it into this document. Somebody say, you're doing very well. We have come to the almost end of this remarkable event. And I would say, well done. We still have a full room. The foyer is still filled. That's to tell you how important this conversation is and how much people want to see that change happen. Can we all put our hands together for Jobberman? For a job well done. Is that how to clap for them? Those who have hosted this all-important meeting, and to also appreciate their partner, MasterCard Foundation. We appreciate MasterCard Foundation, the partner, and also the parent company that is, let me call it in full, I don't want to use the acronym, that's the Africa Talent Company. That's the parent company. We appreciate you for your efforts. And to all the leaders seated in the room representing international organizations, representing organizations of persons with disabilities, individuals who have come to represent themselves, we appreciate you. And for the closing remark, let's put our hands together as we welcome up stage Olamide Adeyeye, the country head of programs, Jobberman Nigeria. The reason we are gathered here this afternoon, put your hands together now. Let's do it stronger, you know. This is closing remark. I thought you guys would be saying, woo, woo, woo.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Grace. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you so much for sticking around with us till the very end. We really do appreciate it. On behalf of Jobberman Nigeria, I want to sincerely thank everyone for being a part of this very important and crucial conversation. We know that this is not just necessary, we think it's also crucial to enhancing the socio-economic development of our country. This has not just been a conversation, absolutely. It's been a moment of reflection, insight, and shared responsibility. We have definitely heard the perspective of all stakeholders in the room, from the policymakers to the employers. I know some HRs have been thrown under the bus this morning into the afternoon, but again, all of these perspectives have been very useful to shape the strategies and the insights we've gathered in this room this afternoon. We definitely know that inclusion in digital economy is both a necessity and a shared obligation. This means that all hands, all hearts, all minds, have to be on deck to ensure that we are not just talking about this. I was having a conversation with someone yesterday, and I was saying that the things around being, living with disability, or being a person with disability, or being in a marginalized context, or being internally displaced is usually not something that people, want in that sense. We know what is happening in Benue, for example. Millions of people are already displaced. And so it means that even though we are not in those contexts, it's important to carry the reality of those situations in our hearts, even as stakeholders. So I really want to thank the MasterCard Foundation, whose support through the Young Nigeria Works has made both the research and this roundtable a reality. I know they are in absentia now, but we really do appreciate all of the efforts that they have put into this, their contribution and engagement throughout this entire process. I also want to appreciate the senior leadership of the African Talent Company, the group CEO, as well as the head of impact programs at TATC. I also want to give a special appreciation to all our speakers, our keynote speaker, the facilitators. Please put your hands together for them. We've had very insightful feedback from them, the panelists, and everyone who had moderated the breakout sessions. All of these things have helped us to deepen the ideas and the perspectives around this conversation. Please put your hands together for yourselves. I think that you are the real MVPs in the room. You are the ones who have brought all of your experiences, shared them unfiltered, and we believe that all of this is definitely giving us some perspectives around what we will do as an organization, and we know that every other stakeholder in the room also has picked one or two lessons. I also want to give a special thank you to our technical partner, Project Enable. Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for them. We like to say that one of the things that we do well at Jobberman is we don't like to dabble into things that we are not necessarily advantaged in. And so we believe in partnerships and collaboration. So we are not necessarily the subject matter experts in in driving inclusion. And so we found a very reputable partner in Project Enable. Thank you so much for all of the thoughts you shared, all of the brainstorming, all of the perspectives you brought on board to ensure that this was a success. Please, I want you to put your hands together for the incredible team at Jobberman Nigeria, who have had definitely sleepless nights, putting this together. Thank you so much for your tireless commitment, planning, coordination, and even the research. All of the days, nights, and weekends that have gone into that. So as we wrap up this conversation, I encourage, and we encourage you to carry today's insight into your institution. It's not just enough to have this conversation, to share these insights, to talk about it. We need to walk the talk. And we consider this the beginning of a bigger conversation. I like something one of the speakers said. He said that this is not a sprint, it's a marathon. And so this is just maybe the first lap or the first step in this long haul. And so we encourage you to, for us to work together as partners, for us to work together as stakeholders, for us to keep the conversation going, for us to continually drive that message until everyone who is within this group is economically empowered to get the right opportunities within our communities. Thank you so much for being a part of this journey. Please safe travels to those who are outside Abuja and also those who are within Abuja. Like Grace Jerry mentioned, lunch is served. Please, you can make your way to the breakout rooms and please accept our reception. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olamide Adeyeye, the country head of program, Jobberman, Nigeria. And if you look around you, that research document on your table is not meant for your shelf. It's not meant to collect dust, all right? That is an advocacy tool that is in your hand. So we need you to go study that research, get points that will inform your advocacy moving forward, all right? Together we all can make the change that we want to see for the marginalized group. Once again, I remain Grace Jerry, your able compare, available for your service any day, anytime. And to let you know that lunch is served again. The foyer is at the foyer, the rooms by your left and by your right, that's the breakout rooms. Please go grab your lunch. If you are yet to get the souvenir from Jobberman, please put your hands up so that the ushers can go around and ensure that you have. Just remain on your seat. Don't go until you have it too. If you see what's inside, you will not want to go. All right? So once again, thank you all so much. Bon appetit. And please network. Network. Collect numbers, collect emails, and reach out and work together. All right? Thank you all. Bon appetit. For those who are yet to get your souvenir, please indicate. Okay, Jobberman, ushers, I think the whole table in front, the reserved tables. Probably yours is even a different souvenir. Maybe yours is like a car key, a key to a duplex, who knows?
To get a job here in Makoko is not that easy.
You will go for interview. You are visually impaired now. You will not even be patient enough to interview.
When I started looking for work, I didn't really know that you can actually go through online to look for work.
To get a job here in Makoko is not that easy.
You will go for interview. You are visually impaired now. You will not even be patient enough to interview.
When I started looking for work, I didn't really know that you can actually go through online to look for work.
Babu wani sana'an da kake yi sai zaman gida kawai kuma babu kuɗi a je wani makaranta.
Digital innovations are disrupting the labor market globally, but we need to ensure that people who are marginalized are also included in this progress.
As one of the efforts to ensure that marginalized groups are not left behind, MasterCard Foundation, in partnership with Jobraman, launched the Young Nigeria Works program.
The Young Nigeria Works program was designed to target young people between the ages of 18 and 35, targeting roughly about 70% women. As a result of that, the design of that program was intended to focus heavily on marginalized groups. It is critical that we understand how supporting marginalized people is important, not just to addressing the issues, but to nation building itself. So it requires